my start date? No, Reality Adventure, no. I don't know, I just haven't heard back. Um, I should check up on that because I'm like, that was a while ago. It's the best way to listen to your read it. My dyslexic ass would take 2 times as long. Real. I mean, it takes me hours to, like, to get through just, like, 10,000 words when I'm, like, reading at my pace because I take breaks and I have ADHD. It's like it's rough. Hi, Sam. You're a bit blurry. Let's Okay, that's better. Hello. Hi, YouTube. Um, yeah, ADHD, that ADHD life is hard. Oh my god, we got people. Hi, y'all. Uh, so today is chapter 24, carne asada topped with ice cream, and unfortunately, I was not able to get those tacos. But you know what? Maybe I was thinking to myself, maybe I'll end up getting them on my own free time when, like, the taco trucks are open and it's not a storming outside, and try it out anyways because, listen, it sounds kinda good, not gonna lie. Like, I am a sucker for sweet and salty, like, I can see this happening, and you know what? Some of us in here might have IBS, but you know who doesn't have IBS? This gal, and I'm not afraid of anything. We got a lot of snow. It's like I kind of went out to like look around at the taco trucks. Like there's a taco truck right there that was closed. And I like had to go to the market to get toilet paper, but it's like I was trudging through. So we got like 10 inches, I think. I don't know the exact inches. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. The stream should be over at like 5. That's my goal. Um YouTube, by the way, are you hearing me well? Can you hear me well? Let me put this over here. Y'all excited for what might be the best chapter yet? Sam, you better be serious this time. No, I know all chapters are good. All chapters are fucking good. It's just funny to me that Sam is always like, "This is the best chapter." No, this is the best chapter. It just, it's fun to me. And you know what? You are right in a way. Like every chapter is like, every chapter is like good in their own specific ways, and I can see that being justified. Or do you want to see how much snow is in my hometown? Um, it hurts, but it hurts so good. I mean, the snow was crazy. I can't believe I had to go to work yesterday. Anyways, that's the evil of I have to go to work today. I just have to make it all the way to my subway station and trudge to work, I guess. It's whatever. We'll get through. Okay. Summary. 2 orders of carne asada, 2 orders of birria, 3/4 scoop of vanilla ice cream, 1 concrete jungle wet dream tomatoes, Spanish gelato. Yay, Zorumi. Yeah. Listen, I do kind of want to try that. I do want to try that, and like if I do, I'll like do a whole like, ooh, taste test. I've been door dashing because no one will hire me. No. Oh my god, evil. Everyone should hire Eve. Everyone in the world should hire Eve. I'm reading chapter 2 to my wifey tomorrow. Damn. The best chapter is the next one. That's Reef be door dashing until Alaska. You know what? At least you got that motorcycle and at least you look cool doing it. At least you look cool doing it. I actually stay this time because I've been caught up with GTC and now I'm in deep. Period. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. That snippet about what happens at the Empire State Building, I showed that to my roommate and he was like, whoa. I'm excited. Okay, I'll just get started. Sorry, I saw the first sentence and I'm like, oh, okay. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Uh, um, Rumi? Her mama calls. Like, okay, fuck you. And fuck me, I guess. It only makes little Rumi laugh, and she peels down the gravel road. She's always liked how her mother says her name. Her mama says her name in the same kind of cadence as her voice on the radio, wrapped in so much love and care. Rumi, 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 each syllable lovelier than the last. It's why Rumi likes her name. It's why she tears down the road with her rolling butterfly toy to goad her mama into saying her name again. Rumi, Rumi, come back! Her mama shouts again, exasperated and out of breath. She doesn't sound angry at all, though. Rumi has never really known what anger sounds like in her life. Rumi doesn't reply to her mama's request. The popping sounds of the butterfly on the ground just make her giggle. It makes her really happy. She loves to seek out anything that makes her happy, and she loves it whenever her parents give it to her. The only times they ever denied her anything were ice cream before dinner and only letting her have one butterfly toy instead of two, which is fine, she guesses. She can ask them to give her a blue one next week and when she gets bored of her purple one. Rumia! Her mama calls. Rumi, Rumi, Rumi. Rumi, if you come back, I'll make you some indomie. She screeches to a halt. Her mama picks up the pace to catch up with her. Indomie? What's Rumi's voice? Indomie? She asks, loud and disbelieving. Giddy, too. After dinner, her mama confirms. As much as you'd like. That seals the deal for her. Rumi puts down the handle of her butterfly toy, and her mama swoops her up with a relieved sigh and picks up her dropped toy. She giggles when her mama gives her a light glare, then squeals when she pretends to snap at Rumi's nose. Oh, you are such a little rascal, her mama declares. She huffs. Do you know how long you made me chase you? Even giving birth to you wasn't as hard as catching up to you. Rumi giggles. Sorry, mama. No, she isn't. Just wait until I bring you to your father, her mama chides. She's walking back to the bungalow in the near distance. You're lucky I caught you before the sun went down. I would have had to call the police to look for you. Is that what you wanted, baby? For the whole place to come looking for you? No, Rumi says, unable to contain her giggles. Her mama hums loudly. I don't know. You seem to be having a good time making your mama suffer like that, she says with a click of her tongue. You're lucky I caught you when I did. If you kept running like that, your toy would have made you fly away into the sun. Rumi picks at her mama's shoulder anxiously. Really? Mm-hmm, her mama says with a hum, and Rumi gulps. Her mama would never lie about something like that. You were charging up this toy more and more the longer you ran. And if you kept running, boom! She gets up in Rumi's face and Rumi squeaks. It would have started flapping faster and it would have taken you to the sky. That's so scary, Rumi cries. It is, her mama says, solemn as ever. That's why you should always make sure you're right next to mama when you play outside. That way I can grab your legs and pull you back down if your toy tries to make you fly away. I will, Rumi solemnly promises. She bobs her head. I don't want to be in the sun. That makes her mama laugh, even though she has no idea why. She's just stating a fact. Why not? Her mama teases. Because it looks hot. Really? You think so? It looks very hot. And why's that? Because it is. Because I say so. You're right, her mama muses. The bungalow is getting closer, and Rumi swears she can smell something fried and good in the air. Whatever my baby Rumi thinks is always true. Exactly! It only makes her mama laugh again. Rumi wraps her arms around her mama's neck and leans into her warmth. I promise I won't run next time, she says as seriously as she can. Her mama jostles her in her arms, and Rumi giggles. Good, she replies, and Rumi smiles in satisfaction. As selfish as it sounds, I want my daughter to stay right here on the ground with me. The smell of brown sugar and batter fills more and more of Rumi's nose. It's cloying in a good way, and she's practically bouncing up and down like a rocket in her mama's arms with each step that they take. Her mama has to keep reminding her to be patient, and that patient kids get plenty more hot dog if they wait. The door swings open, and Rumi squirms in her mama's arms. She makes a run for it into the kitchen, flapping her butterfly toy that her mama had set down with her. It can't make her fly away if she's indoors. Celine laughs breathlessly when Rumi runs into her leg. She doesn't shake her off, though. Sorry, okay. Pre Myung death, pre Myung death Celine is gonna be. Celine is going to be so sweet and shit, and it's gonna make me sad. Hi, Dane. Hello, Dane. Oh, God. You're back early, she muses. What did your mother bribe you with today? I didn't bribe her, her mama insists, scrunching her brow in avid protest. Poppy pops her head into the kitchen, and Rumi giggles at the flour all over her shirt. uh, is that there? Okay, I see. Mm, okay. I think giving your kid a stupid amount of sugar just so she comes back inside would count as bribery in every country, she points out. I don't really know who that is. As if either of you could do any better, Myung protests. You're right, Celine deadpans. I can do much better. Like you did when you burst into tears the other day when we were babysitting. Sorry, that was Poppy. I don't know what her voice is. I'll just be like you did when you burst into tears the other day when we were babysitting, Poppy asks out loud, and Celine jabs her in the stomach. But the three of them only laugh. Is that supposed to be the third member? Is that supposed to be the third member? Interesting. Interesting. But the three of them only laugh, and Rumi joins in with tiny giggles of her own. Their laughter is always so infectious. She always finds herself laughing whenever she's with them. She hopes to find people to laugh with her as Mama does with her friends, far off in the distant, distant future. She quite likes how they look at each other. As young as she is, something about the way that Celine looks at her mother or how Poppy looks at Celine makes her stomach feel as warm as when she eats juk. She wants that too someday. Oh, what if I jumped out my window? What if I just like. No, I won't do that. We just got started. Jesus. Okay. For now, she's just happy playing with her toys and eating all the food that they give her. She's an extremely spoiled girl. Rumi is proud of that. Her parents have always told her to be proud of that. There's nothing wrong with a child who doesn't have to ask for things, they told her once. Oh God. So we'll see how that comes to bite you back. Whew. Um, do you want to go play while we cook dinner, Rumi? Her mama asks her gently. She's already putting on an apron. Rumi wants to ask for an apron someday too. It'll only be 10 minutes. If you watch an episode of Doraemon, food will be ready before it finishes. Aw, Doraemon. Ah. Pinky promise? Rumi asks. Fucking pinky promises. every sentence I read is like pew 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 pew. Her mama bends down to kiss the top of her head. She messes up Rumi's purple hair, and Rumi giggles and tries to bat her away. Promise, she says with a laugh, hooking their pinkies. Rumi sneaks off into the living room to let her mama cook with her friends. She can still hear them laughing as she makes it to the other room. It'll be a little annoying to deal with while she tries to watch an episode, but at least it'll be tolerable from this distance. Unless they start roaring and cackling with loud laughter, something they do at least once a day. She prays that they've already hit that one-time quota for the day. Nothing can get in between her and Doraemon. She can smell more fried food in the air when she turns on the TV. It's not as sweet as when she was outside with her mama, but at least it isn't goat meat again. Rumi doesn't particularly like the smell of goat whenever they cook. That is the sense of smell of a child. Goat meat gets better when you mature. When you get older, goat meat freaking slaps. It clings too much to her shirt when she goes to bed at night, and she likes smelling clean. Her mama used to tease her for being such a neat freak in that regard. Rumi feels something sink into her sides. A mighty roar sounds behind her. She squeals loudly in fright and falls over on the carpet. Arms catch her in an embrace, and her papa laughs at her reaction. Rumi wants to swat him away and pout at him for scaring her again, but his arms are much too comfortable, and he's much too warm. She's always liked his hugs, even if they're preceded by a scare that he's always so fond of. She squirms in his arms as she squeals. She thumps the sides of her fists into his chest, but her papa is too big and mighty for him to be fazed by it, though there is never any harm in trying. His laughter when she tries always makes her laugh too. Rumi presses her nose into his shirt. He smells of pancake batter. At this time of day, after he gardens and takes care of their little bungalow, he also smells of sweet potatoes and the warm sun. What does the warm sun even smell like? Okay. I'm just getting mad for no reason. She can feel the deep timbre of his laughter through his ribs. The rumble tickles her nose. Okay. Oh, my little star. Her papa coos, tickling her sides. She can't stop squealing. Something tells me you were being bad today. I didn't do anything, she whines. Yes, she did, her mama calls from the kitchen. She pokes her head out to look at them, then points a wooden spoon at her dad. Your kid sprinted down the road and made me chase her for 2 kilometers. Did you? Her papa marvels. He holds her at a distance to look at her. Rumi, what did I tell you about running faster when your mama chases you? Sojun? Her mama scolds. He only laughs, and Rumi can't help but join in. See, this is why she likes to cause trouble, her mama continues, exasperated when they only giggle some more. You're the one teaching her. Well, you married me, didn't you? Her dad answers smartly. His big grin makes Rumi grin. I would say that's enough proof that trouble can lead to nice things sometimes. Well, if you want to cause trouble that badly, how about you sleep next to your troublemaking daughter tonight instead of. Oh, Rumi, never do that again, her papa says quickly. He wags a finger at her, and Rumi whines at his conflicting loyalty. Always listen to mama. But you said, she cries. Since I'm so nice today, how about I give you a 5-second head start? He says with a hum. What? She squeaks. 5. Papa! 4. They're sweet. They're really sweet. Rumi, already used to her dad's antics, looks around and picks a random direction to sprint towards. She shrieks under her breath as she runs. Maybe this time she can run faster than her dad. But it doesn't take long before the floorboards rattle and thump with the sound of her papa close on her heels, and she shrieks even louder. Her dad roars behind her like a mighty bear, taunting her by staying close on her heels no matter how much Rumi pumps her legs to get away. He catches her eventually. He swoops her into his arms and picks her up to swing her around, and Rumi shrieks and squeals and laughs. Neither one of her parents nor her aunties are concerned with how loud she screams. They know her joy as intimately as their own. Rumi, as young as she is, has always felt so lucky for that. To have such a happy family and a big, loud house. Ha ha. Get it? Get it? Get it? Get it? Ha. Her papa presses his forehead to hers, nose is bumping, and he smiles so wide it makes her cheeks ache when she emulates it. Then he tosses her gently into the couch cushions with an exaggerated grunt. She bounces upwards with a big giggle, and he crashes against her on the other end of the couch. He huffs and wipes sweat off his brow. He remarks, "You're getting faster, Dalemi. You're getting faster, Dalemi. One day I'll be faster than you," she answers proudly. Rumi likes to run. He chuckles. "Only when I'm dead," he declares. "Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ!" Okay. "But I don't want that," she whines. "Then you're not allowed to be faster than me." "I don't want that either." Her papa hums in amusement. "Well, sometimes you have to choose. Sometimes you can't have both, because then it wouldn't be fair." How many cigarettes do I need for this one? Don't. I was gonna say something and then decided not to say it. Okay, not saying that. Jesus. "Wouldn't be fair to who?" she demands. "Sometimes other people," he says, beckoning her over so she can cuddle into his side. "Other times, it isn't fair to you." She flops into his lap and pouts. "How's it not fair to me?" "Well, I wasn't just talking about being faster," he muses. He pats the side of her thigh. "You'll understand when you're older." Rumi huffs. She doesn't really like it whenever someone tells her that she'll understand things when she's older, because why isn't she allowed to understand it now? It would be so much nicer if she were already older. She wants to do all the things that she sees her parents do: driving, cooking, staying up late, and dancing late at night when they think she's asleep, and whispering to each other and pecking their lips together. "Can we watch TV?" she asks. Her dad only gives her a short laugh and a nod. Rumi settles her head more comfortably into his lap after he reaches over to get the remote. He pats her thigh over and over while she watches. Power Rangers with the big flash explosions that she likes to gawk at, and the continuous motion makes her eyes feel heavy before the first episode even finishes. The lull of her mama and her friends talking in the background isn't helping either. Her papa takes notice before she can fully shut her eyes. He laughs a little and he asks her, "You don't want to eat first, Cubby?" "Yeah," she whines. "Do you want to get up?" he asks gently. "No," she whines again. "Then how are you going to eat?" "I can eat later." "Well, growing girls can't put off eating. That'll just keep them short." Then I'll eat. No, then I'll eat not later." It makes him laugh again. She likes it when she makes him laugh. She likes it whenever people around her laugh at the things that she says. It makes her feel useful. Girl, girl, girl. We already got a chair spin. Okay, okay. How old is she? How old is she? Give me a second. Uh, she feels the couch dip as someone joins them. Her legs are lifted onto a new lap, and Rumi huffs in her half asleep state. "Already sleepy?" her mama murmurs. Her papa laughs, such a deep laugh that tickles her chest. "I think all that running finally got to her," he says, his voice low so as not to disturb her. Rumi keeps her eyes closed. She doesn't mean to pretend that she's asleep, but she's much too tired to keep them open anyway. Warm fingers smooth over the side of her face. She feels her mama tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. She's too drowsy to respond, But her mama doesn't chide her for the lack of gratitude, like she sometimes does when Rumi accidentally forgets to thank Celine for the new toys that she brings her. She hears the smallest smack of lips, a familiar sound. Do you want do you want to wake her? Her mama whispers. Her father huffs out in amusement. And make me the bad guy again? Your daughter needs to eat, her mama whines. Rumi takes great pride in being able to whine in the same cadence as her mother. So I should have said, your daughter needs to eat. If you don't wake her up, she's going to wake up grouchy. So then why can't you do it? He asks grumbly. Because she likes you more. Her papa scoffs in quiet disbelief. Her? The one who follows you around like a lost puppy and cries whenever you aren't home? Her mama laughs and replies, well, I'm not the one she asks to sit down with her so she can put pink blush. Oh my god. Sit down with her so she can put pink blush on my face. He grumbles and shifts on the couch, and Rumi almost whines out loud at the disruption. Rumia, he says gently, it's dinner time. Come eat with us before you go to sleep. She stirs and rubs at one eye. She whines, but I don't want to. Her mama replies, if you come eat with us, I'll let you buy cotton candy with me tomorrow morning. Cotton candy, get it? Get it? Rumi shoots up just like that. Really? She asks in excitement, and her papa laughs out loud at her sparkly eyes and her sudden lack of sleepiness. Who could blame her? She'd been trying to get her mama to let her have cotton candy from the cotton candy man near their house for days now. Just one, her mama warns, but Rumi isn't really listening. That conversation between Myung and her dad reminded me of my own parents, and I'm feeling way too called out right now. I'm feeling way too called out right now. As someone who has read my mother's diaries up from when I was a kid, I feel called out right now. Okay. Um, just one, her mama warns, but Rumi isn't really listening. She's already sitting up and stretching, ready to eat whatever they put on her plate so she can have what she wants. It makes her dad chuckle when she stands up, springing on her heels, and he leans over to press a kiss to her mama's forehead, something he always does when it's time for dinner. But this time, it makes her whine. How come? Yeah. How come I don't get a kiss too? If she's going to be spoiled with cotton candy later, she might as well ask for more things in the meantime. Her dad grins, lopsided and happy in all the right ways. She expects him to reprimand her for thinking the way that she does, but all he says is, well, one day you'll find someone who'll kiss your forehead as many times as you'd like, and you won't have to worry about sharing with your mama. How's that? Her mama kicks him, but it only makes him snicker. Can I uh can I have two? She asks. Was that Mia? Can I have two? She asks. Midway through rising from the couch, her parents look up at her. The first to snort is her dad, and her mama elbows him in the ribs to get him to stop. He doesn't. To what, Rumi? That was Rumi, okay. To what, Rumi? She asks sweetly. Two kisses, Rumi clarifies. Rumi takes both of their wrists and tugs them over to the kitchen so they can eat. The sooner they eat, the sooner she can go to bed. The sooner she goes to bed, the sooner she can have her tooth-rotting dessert. You can have as many kisses as you want, her papa promises. With whoever you'd like, her mama promises just as firmly. With people who love you and take care of you in the way that you always deserve. Jesus. It makes her giggle. She doesn't understand why her mother's voice gets so thick when she says it, but it's not too much of a concern for her. She just keeps pulling and pulling until the bright lights of the kitchen make her eyes kind of hurt, and her alarm blares at her side, loud and shrill and all too familiar. And it was all a dream. Fuck you. Fuck you. Awesome. She can feel the soreness in her eyes before she even opens them. The worst part of her day is always waking up from the tranquility of sleep. The ache in her shoulders is still ever present. It's not a surprise. She's been working at the studio for the last few days to prepare for her debut. She's been preparing for years now to break through the industry that her mother had been so fond of. Her acting roles and Showtime appearances with Celine here and there were nice, sure, but they aren't as high a priority as singing, as being on stage and being like her mother. Who is she if not her mother's echo? God, what was the line that was so good? The oh God. The cost of a legacy is becoming a proof instead of a person. That was the line. It was along those lines. My God, that line, that fucking line. Anyway, who is she if not her mother's echo? Whew. Rumi presses her elbows into her bed and raises herself up on shaky arms. She stares at the empty wall across from her. She's 14 years old. She's 14 years old! She's 14 years old! Ah! Listen, debuting kids in K-pop is already God. She's 14 years old. She's 14 years old. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. She's 14 years old, and her aching shoulders make her feel much, much older. Though she supposes that's a good thing in the end. She always wished to be older, and she got her wish much sooner than other kids her age would get theirs. Rumi isn't sure how long she spent staring at the wall. It's her morning ritual now to stare at the wall until she finishes counting the imperfect strokes of paint or the light chipping present. There used to be a mirror across from her. After she almost hit her head on the glass, desperate to escape her own rabbit eyes. She doesn't look like looking at herself. She doesn't like looking at herself. It never feels good to look at herself, especially in the mornings before she can hold herself together with makeup and glorious smiles. She's 14 years old. She's 14 years old. Rumi doesn't remember if her dream or a glorified fantasy to keep herself going. It isn't a priority of hers to find out. Her priority is to bite down on the inside of her cheek and hold it together. Another day means another opportunity to finally be useful. It's another day to justify the space that she takes. I think if Rumi went to theater school, she would lose her fucking mind. Like the theater school in like the same way, like the specific teaching in theater school that is like very much like take the space you need to and let go of the space that you don't need to take. Like when you need to take space, but also give space. Like taking up space is a huge thing that we talk about like over and over again. And I feel like it would make her break down. I mean, there are like we do our movement classes, and like a lot of our movement classes are like we will do movement and then we will like lie down or something and be like just exist in the space, and you don't need to do anything for that moment, just let yourself be. There was one time when we were doing actually during our voice and speech class where when we were in like baby in a fetus pose, and our teacher was like, for 60 seconds allow your brain to think nothing, allow yourself to think nothing. And I feel like it would make Rumi break down crying. Sorry, that just made me think of that. Tea break. Can't believe that Jaime told me before I looked at the first scene was happy. I mean, Jaime will be like, here you go, fluff. But the thing is that, like, even if it's happy, quote unquote, it like makes you compare to the reality of the now. It's like nothing truly is happy if we're talking about the past because we know what happens in the future. Ah. I have yuchacha. I've been making a lot of yuchacha. It's really nice. I'm just checking the comments. So much fluff. Listen, first as a young kid, that now at 14 years old, about to debut. 14 years old is a young kid. This is why we shouldn't debut minors. But 14 is crazy. It's like there are some ages I can justify. Like even 16 makes me like, ugh. 17, I'm like, okay, that's still a child. It's like 16 is like I'm like half. 14 is crazy. Yuchacha over spaghetti time. That's for bonus content. Listen, if I'm gonna try out the birria tacos with the ice cream at one point, I might as well play the spaghetti. Is it just like yujacha and it's like jarred form over spaghetti? Is that what Jaime's talking about? Because like I can kind of see it. I still don't know what made him do that, but I'm like, okay, whatever. They should not be debuting that young. Me sweating as I was deep in depression at 13 in middle school. No, like that is a crazy time in your life. You should not be in the public eye. Yeah, vanilla ice cream. And she's about to debut, so she's been training for years already at this point. When I was 14, I was devouring Adventure Time. As you should have been doing at that age. When I was 14, what when I was 14, that was like when I was in 9th grade. I mean, when I was 14, I was devouring Gravity Falls, so like we're in the same boat. Does anyone ever understand anything Jaime chooses to eat? It's so funny because Jaime saw the Miyokuk video and they were like I'm laughing and I was like, Jaime, did you actually try this? And she was like, it makes it sweeter. And I'm like, dude, put sugar in it instead. Why are you putting marshmallows into it? If you want it to be sweeter, you can put sugar in it. It's just that guy's brain works differently. I have actually, here's my thing about Adventure Time. I would see episodes here and there when I was younger. But I have never watched it fully. Like I know the characters, but like I've never really watched it fully. And I'm like kind of, I don't know. It is one of those shows that I should eventually watch, but it's also so long. I know Adventure Time is like a really good one. I should. It's so, I haven't been able to do anything, so I get Gravity Falls obsession. Hell yeah. I mean, several times poster right there. That's my guys. Several times poster on my wall. I have a Time Baby poster over there. I loved Steven Universe. Oh, Bubbling worth it. I know. I've seen all the Bubbling clips. Like I heard the songs. I know about the Bubbling thing. Like don't worry. I mean, yeah. Mark, we are aware of that. And I relate. I fucking loved Gravity Falls. Do I have the journal? I should. It might be in the box that I left over at my on storage. But you know what? I do have, like, I had the journal, I had the books, like I had all the stuff. Who would you choose, Dipper or Mabel? Listen, Mabel was my girl, but I'm also a Dipper. I'm both. I'm both, so I can't choose. I I think I am a little bit I think I'm a little bit more like Mabel, but I'm still like Dipper. I think I like them both. They're both my babies. GTC cookbook would be crazy. Listen, that's actually a good idea, though. That's a very funny idea. Switch from YouTube. You're all good. I'm autistic like Dipper and ADHD like Mabel. Period. Period. I love that. When I was 14, I was getting desperate because Miraculous Ladybug kept adding seasons. Here's the thing with me and Miraculous Ladybug. I watched like the first 3 or 4 seasons of Miraculous Ladybug, and then it just kept going, and I was like, you know what? I'm not watching anymore. You know what? This is too much. um that was the time where I like college got a lot, and also like that was like my last year of college where I was like, no more watching this. The Owl House rules. The Owl House rules. Okay, I'll stop talking. Watch cartoons, everyone. Cartoons fucking rule. I love the Owl House. I should rewatch the Owl House because it's been a while. I haven't rewatched the Owl House since it ended. So, anyways, I'm back. We are back to Zoe POV because I can keep rambling about cartoons like this. I mean, it got canceled. Like, the Owl House makes me sad because it's like I remember watching like the first long episode, the first of the long episodes that they did to like finish the series, and I was like, yeah, you can tell that like they wanted to keep it going, but like Disney wanted to end it. And now Dana Terrace fucking hates Disney and like speaking up against Disney all the time. That's my queen. That's my queen. Anyway. Okay. Oh god. so many. Oh my guys, I'm gonna keep going because it's been 48 minutes already. Okay. I do need to watch Amphibia. 30K, and I need to finish it before I go to work. Okay, Zoe POV. You knew? Mira breathes out, her voice trembling with something raw. You knew? And the two of you still... How could you? Mira? Zoe whispers softly. She puts her hands up as if to calm a lion. This is the snippet, and I think I got spoiled about the snippet, and I know what it's about, and I think it's so funny. Okay. She puts her hands up as if to calm a lion. We didn't mean to. You know, we didn't mean. You didn't think? Mira laughs bitterly. Neither of you ever think when it comes to this, when it comes to me, or it was my fault, Rumi cries out. Her voice cracks with hurt. We didn't, Mira, we didn't plan to. I was the one who... Of course it was you, Mira snaps. It's always you. That's not fair to her, Mira, Zoe whispers. Mira's laughter comes just as forceful and bitter as the last. She takes a step towards them, her hands clenched at her sides. I trusted you both. Sorry. I trusted you both. After everything we've been through, what we promised, I thought... She catches herself, choking back more than words. Zoe swallows hard. She shakes her head. Mira, we're so sorry. It won't happen again. You know we'd make sure it won't happen again. That would have been more believable if this hadn't already happened before. Mira grits through her teeth. This won't happen again, Rumi says, despair deep set in her eyes. Yes, it will, Mira shouts. Her face is tight with fury. Is it what I think it is? Okay. Her face is tight with fury. This always happens. Every single time you promise you won't do it again, and then you do. And Mira, please, I'll fix it. This time you brought Zoe into it. Zoe, how could you do that to me? I thought you. It was an accident. There's no fucking accidents when it comes to this, Rumi. This time there was. We didn't know. We didn't think. How can I possibly ever believe either of you anymore after you ate my birria tacos? Yeah, okay, yeah. How could you eat my birria tacos? Yeah, Mira asks, frustrated exhaustion tight on her face. She groans as she sits down in the armchair adjacent to the couch Zoe and Rumi are tense on. I ordered double to make sure it didn't happen again. Double. 1, 2. It's not our fault, Zoe insists, but she gives Mira an apologetic smile. We got too deep into watching this pufferfish documentary that we didn't realize. You ordered carne asada, Mira says flatly. How do you mix up carne asada and birria? We were too in the zone, Zoe complains. They're really yummy with ice cream on top, you know? Rumi backs her up with a quick bob of the head. We're really sorry, she says, a small, sad smile on her face. I shouldn't have forgotten about your tacos. I'll order you some more or make you some food to make up for it if you. Mira huffs out and waves her hand to dismiss the idea. It's fine, she grumbles. Not your fault. I added it to the order without telling anyone. I'll do that next time. That would really help if you do, Rumi says softly. Still, we're sorry, Mira. I promise I'll keep it in mind next time. And order you quadruple tacos, Zoe pipes up. Yeah, that's fine. Mira grumbles again. She crosses her arms over her chest. I can just make a sandwich tonight. Not a big deal. She clears her throat and her voice takes on an odd edge as she adds, but at least I'm glad that it was because you guys ate it and not because of derpy or whatever. This is so ridiculous. Those fucking snippets are like, now, are you bullshitting or are we for real? It's mostly just bullshit. Oh, okay. There's still a small pout on her lips. So Zoe crosses the living room and plops herself onto Mira's lap. She cuddles into Mira's shoulder and holds onto her neck as she quietly teases. Aw, so you do care about us. Well, one of you got into a car crash and the other one never eats, Mira says flatly. Of course I care. Still on the couch, Rumi weakly calls out, I'm I'm still really sorry about the. It's fine, Mira insists, and Zoe smiles to herself when she feels Mira's deep chuckle against her cheek. Seriously, I mean it. I'll get over it after I eat a cheese PB&J. Cheese PB&J? Cheese PB&J? That might be weirder than the birria tacos with the ice cream. Cheese PB&J? That's just like savory over. I don't know. I had a moment trying to visualize that. Bluey reference. I've never watched Bluey actually. I've never seen Bluey, so I wouldn't know. Um okay. You're welcome for that, by the way, Zoe lightly says. I told you it was good. Yeah, okay, thanks. Mira grunts. It makes Zoe giggle. Mira eyes the TV where the pufferfish documentary is still going. Almost done. Zoe hums. Not really. It's like a 2-hour documentary, and Rumi and I only got halfway through when you got home. Session anyway, Rumi asks casually. She leans over to pluck some chips from the communal chip bowl. Mira huffs. I mean, it was fine, she mutters, and she puts a hand on Zoe's thigh. Zoe can feel how cold her palm is through her pajama pants and how her thumb rubs against the fabric almost subconsciously. Had me review some shit throughout my week and grilled me on reframing and the same CBT shit we went through last week. Zoe giggles under her breath. CBT? Like cock and Mira pinches her side and Zoe squeaks. I really need you to start thinking before you speak, Mira says. But the amusement is clear in the lilt of her words. She was asking me why I was turning purple when she kept saying CBT. You should have told her, Zoe retorts. She rests her head on Mira's shoulder to giggle some more. I think every benefit from cock and butt. Okay, Mira says quickly, and it makes Zoe burst into bigger giggles. Maybe saying things out loud is helpful for anyone involved. Guys, this is making me think about your ass makes me forget about my mother who left me at a young age. This is making me think about that again. Okay, sorry, we're doing this on stream because I've been watching that video over and over again, and we are listening to this on stream. Wait, where is it? I retweeted it. Wait. Guys, this was back in September. Where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Where are you? Oh, here. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop being Talk privately, but not out loud. Are over there being like, in God's green earth. Your ass makes me forget about my mom that left me at a young age. Guys, that is like so iconic to me. That is my Roman Empire. That is my Roman Empire. And it just reminds me of that. Anyway, I'll go back to the fic. That is from a space that M MR and Zoe did way back in September. This was like before we found out about the lockets, like anything, and they're just like having fun on that space. Oh, sigh. Good times. Good times. Anyways. Okay, Mira says quickly, and it makes Zoe burst into bigger giggles. Maybe saying things out loud isn't helpful for anyone involved. Hey, you said I was allowed to make all the jokes I wanted, Zoe argues. I didn't mean you, Mira says with a roll of her eyes. Maybe I should just kept my mouth shut. Mira had told her about her CBT, not the other kind of CBT, the sit down with a therapist kind session the other week. Apparently, she had been going ever since Zoe was in the hospital. So has Rumi. But Rumi had piped up with yeah, me too, and said nothing else. Which was fine. Rumi didn't owe her answers to all the scattered questions that she throws at Mira whenever they come up in her mind. It's not like they were close enough for that. But if you kept your mouth shut, how am I supposed to get pirated therapy? Zoe whines. You could get actual therapy, Mira points out. We told you that we could always. I don't need it, Zoe says dismissively. For realsies, she doesn't. No matter how many times Mira and Rumi glance at each other, she really doesn't. Zoe, I'm gonna need you to be so for real right now. She shimmies on Mira's lap to get more comfortable. Do you want to go to Castaway tomorrow? Mira's eyebrow gives a light twitch. For what? To eat lunch, Zoe says, matter of factly. I mean, if you want to. Zoe whips her head to look at Rumi, who startles. Zoe catches that half second before Rumi notices her eyes on her, when Rumi has that gentle, wistful smile set on her lips. She chooses to ignore it for now. Do you want to eat at Castaway tomorrow? Zoe asks. I Rumi looks a little at a loss for words, but then she clears her throat and answers, slightly uneven. If you'd like to, sweet pea, I'd love to. Zoe snorts. Of course, they'd answer the same way and ask her if she'd like to go. Sometimes it feels like they're incapable of answering anything unless they ask her to. It's sweet, and it conjures the image of having two baby ducklings follow close at her heels. But Rumi seems to take her amusement for something else. She blurts out, I mean, it's a pretty nice place. I liked it there. Zoe stays silent for a whole half second. Then Rumi continues, It has a nice view. Zoe and Mira give each other a sideways glance. Rumi rushes out. If you don't want to go, that's still fine with me. I'm just saying it's one of the better places I've been to here. We could try something cheaper if you're worried. Rumi, Mira says with a chuckle. You're fine. She's probably just laughing about cock and ball therapy again. No, I wasn't, Zoe exclaims. But the mention of it has her in a fit of giggles all over again. Mira smiles proudly. Rumi looks back and forth between them with a small smile. It's wobbly at the corners, Zoe can tell. She's apprehensive about something, and she doesn't understand why. It's not like she asked Rumi to give her the password to the Sunlight Entertainment stocks or something. I was just asking so I could ask a follow-up question, Zoe says as lightly as she can, for Rumi's benefit. Do you want to pay for our lunch? Rumi certainly wasn't anticipating a question like that. Her eyebrows raise and she answers, If you'd like me to, Eggy, of course I can. Would you want to? Zoe urges. For me and Mira and you and probably some leftovers for my dad? Yes, Rumi replies, slightly exasperated. She lets out a small chuckle. Yes, I'd love to pay for everyone tomorrow at Castaway. Is that what you wanted to hear? Absolutely. Thank you, Bubs, Zoe says proudly. She turns to look at Mira, then squishes her cheeks with one hand. She smushes them together to make Mira's lips pout in and out like a fish, and she teases, See? Now we're going to a nice restaurant so you can see me eat something slightly more expensive than Raising Cane's. And Rumi is the one paying for you. Does that help with forgiving us about your birria, senorita? Si, cariño, Mira says, dry and sarcastic. The smile on her face makes up for it, though. Zoe giggles and pushes her hands into her chest. It's the only thing she can think of doing other than jumping Mira's bones over the way her mouth wrapped around. Okay. Sure. Okay, sure. Okay. I mean, what do I expect? What do I expect? Okay. And she most definitely can't be doing that to her best friend. Zoe, your brain. Zoe, your. Sorry. That's that. And this is that. Whatever. Best friend. Yeah, right. Um. Like, sure, she's the only person alive on this planet who can squish Kang Mira's cheeks and get away with all 10 fingers intact, but that doesn't mean she should play Chica Vaquera and spin on that. Spin on that thing! So there's the song. Do you know where else we should go? Zoe blurts out. Sorry, that was like, do you know where else we should go? Zoe blurts out. She can feel her face getting a little warm, and she moves her hands away from Mira's chest. Mira tilts her head at her in an unfairly sexy way, as everything with her is. And Zoe continues, We should go to Dave's Hot Chicken, or Shake Shack, or BJ's. Mira guffaws, and Zoe feels Mira shake under her. BJ's? She asks, an odd, giddy lilt to her voice. Zoe bobs her head twice with a proud smile. BJ's is great! Rumi snorts so loudly that she has to look away and slap a hand over her mouth. So, love? Mira asks, giddy. I love BJ's. Zoe compares. And she doesn't understand why Mira's lips spread a shit-eating grin. Zoe, out of everyone, you should understand what's going on. Take a shot every time I say BJ. What? What'd I do? Do you think BJ's is bad? I wouldn't say that they're bad, Mira drawls, and Rumi slams her face into a throw pillow. Zoe looks back and forth between them. It's just that I've never had them. You've never had a BJ's? Oh my god. You've never had BJ's? Zoe asks pitifully. Oh my god, you're gonna freaking love BJ's. Mira's lips twitch. Really? Am I? Yup, Zoe confirms, bobbing her head again. I'd love to show you. Rumi squeaks out a short laugh. Zoe eyes her suspiciously, but Mira interrupts her snooping with, do you want to show me a BJ? Well, technically, there's really only one BJ's in Burbank, but Zoe's brain flicks on like a light switch. Ah, classic. She looks down at Mira, who still wears that giant, happy grin on her face, and it takes her exactly 2 seconds to slap Mira's shoulder for the transgression. Mira, on the other hand, just bursts into a loud, cackling laughter. I didn't mean it like that, you perv! She shouts. I'm the perv? Mira asks loudly, strained from laughing. You are talking about cock and ball torture. BJ's is BJ's! Zoe shouts over her. She shakes Mira's arm as hard as she can. What the hell is wrong with you? I should be asking you the same thing, Mira answers gleefully. The twinkle in her eye is hard not to get infected by. Then she mimics Zoe's high-pitched voice with, wow, I love BJ's, Mira. I did not fucking say BJ's are the greatest thing to ever. Shut. I can't wait to I can't wait to give Mira a B. Holy shit. Whoa, I didn't fucking. She hits Mira's chest over and over to get her to stop, but her fists only prompt more laughter from Mira. It's annoying, to say the least, that she doesn't even mind how loud Mira's laughing. She likes how snorty and deep her laughter gets when she's this unconcerned with who can hear it. It's one of the cutest cackles she's ever heard come from a person. Out of the corner of her eye, she can see Rumi smiling at them. She does that a lot, Zoe's noticed. Some days, Rumi pulls her knees up to her chest while she watches them laugh and throw popcorn at each other during movie nights. Other times, she steps away from the kitchen while they roll out cookie dough. Sometimes Zoe can see her smiling at the fridge, where Rumi or Mira leave sticky notes for each other. And Rumi's always the first to volunteer to help Zoe hide sticky notes or short letters in Mira's Gunpla boxes for her to open. Mira always tugs on the hem of her shirt and whispers to Zoe that she should just give her time, that Rumi is going to work on it, and that she'll come to them when she's ready. Zoe always takes her word for it. She just wishes she could do something to help for once. What do you think, Rumi? Zoe asks, a little breathless. If she's breathless from laughing or the gorgeous way that Mira's smiling up at her, she has no idea, nor does it matter. Doesn't matter. Rumi startles. She seems clearly surprised that Zoe had even noticed her, which is funny because Zoe had never in her life stopped noticing her. What do I think about what? Rumi asks, a little panicked. Zoe breathes out a small laugh. About eating at BJ's tomorrow. Between the three of us, I think Rumi is the most talented at Mira says gleefully. Zoe smacks her in the stomach. Rumi tilts her head like a cute little puppy. Zoe almost coos and scratches her under the chin. I thought you wanted to eat at Castaway? Zoe shrugs. The last time I ate there was when I was 11, and my dad was treating us, she explains, picking lint off Mira's shoulder. I don't remember what I ate, so that means it wasn't that memorable. Or because you were 11? Mira muses. Shh, I'm not talking to you, Zoe scolds. Mira just gives her a cat like smile, lazy and mischievous. What do you think, Rumi? Zoe asks her, batting her eyelashes. She can count on Rumi to have the more mature take on things. She hopes so, anyway. Do you want to eat at Stop? Or Castaway? Or somewhere else? She scratches her chin in thought. I feel like you've probably eaten at more places than I have in Cali. Rumi opens and closes her mouth for a few seconds. Then she replies softly, well, wherever you want, Zoe, you know I'd. I know, Zoe says with an affectionate puff of breath. Where do you want to go? You keep sneaking off to finish your album stuff and your other stuff that I feel like we should be treating you out too. Rumi shrugs. It's not a big deal. Yes, it is. Zoe's a little affronted that she would even think so. You're gone almost every night. She says it a little weirdly, not distastefully by any means, because it's not like Rumi ever owes her any time. Mira is never concerned, at least. Sometimes Zoe just wonders if Rumi is getting restless in her house, a house in Burbank where she has to room with her ex slash friend slash question mark. Her friend, Zoe, her Korean father, must be feeling more cramped than her penthouse back home. Rumi must be feeling homesick by now. Sorry, Rumi says sincerely. She shifts uncomfortably in her seat, then subtly clears her throat. I'm just. There's a lot of stuff I need to take care of. I'm sorry if that's ever made you feel like you weren't a priority. You are. Her neck visibly strains for a moment. If if you ever need me to stay here, Zoe, I can't ask you that, Zoe scolds. To that, Rumi frowns. Of course you can. Now, what does that mean? She opens her mouth to ask, but then Rumi's phone begins to ring by her side. Rumi huffs out an irritated sigh, and Zoe tries not to press her lips together too much. Rumi's been getting calls more often than she hasn't nowadays. She doesn't really need to guess why. There's only so long that an international pop star like Rumi can hide away in Burbank without people wondering when she'd like to work again or to come home. It twists the knife of guilt in Zoe's stomach again. Mira pats the side of her thigh to distract her. But to her surprise, Rumi just turns off her phone and haphazardly tosses it onto the couch cushions. Mira and Zoe stare at her. Rumi raises her eyebrows. What? She asks with a nervous chuckle. You're not even gonna look? Zoe asks her in surprise. Why would I? Rumi asks her. Uh, because you always think that if you forget to answer a call, then that means someone is going to die? Oh, sorry, Mira says in disbelief. That's Mira. Because you always think that if you forget to answer a call, then that means someone is going to die? Mira says in disbelief. I can count on one hand the number of times you intentionally declined a call. One was because I had you hand. Okay. Mhm, mhm. One. Great. Awesome. One was because I had you handcuffed. Rumi's betrayed squeak is loud enough to cover Zoe's surprised one. And the other was because you didn't like the dude. Yeah, you didn't even like check who's calling, Zoe pipes up. Guys, The polytrix sex is gonna be so nasty. It's gonna be crazy. Okay. She leans her head against Mira's shoulder and squints. She leans her head against Mira's shoulder and squints at Rumi. So what's the sitch? There's no sitch, Rumi says in exasperation. I just know what they're calling me for, and I don't feel like dealing with it today. Mira slowly raises her eyebrows. Dealing with what? Her voice lowers, not to hide from Zoe, but Zoe guesses it's due to the light twinge of insecurity in her words. Because if it's our. No, God, no, Rumi says quickly. She coughs briefly into her fist. Not not that. Never that. It was more along the line people wanting me to travel out, and she heaves a great big sigh. Do stuff. Bubba, you know we can't read your mind, right? Zoe asks lightly. It makes Rumi flinch. I know that, she says defensively, but her eyes dart around like she's ashamed of something. I just didn't think that either of you needed to. I made up my mind. It's just the stupid phone calls that always piss me. Someone's asking you to do something for them, huh? Mira asks. Zoe knows Rumi's silence enough to know that it means yes. It makes her it makes her want to sigh in pity. Mira continues, if you can if you want to. No one's going to stop you, but only if you want to. I know, Rumi says quickly, wringing her hands in her lap. Zoe frowns at how nervous she suddenly seems to be. It's just that I don't want to be far away from either of you. Zoe mentally twirls her hair. Girl, she's just like me. And it's not even that important. Bobby keeps telling me that I don't have to if I don't want to. So, but do you want to? Zoe asks suspiciously. Do you want to do something other than take care of some poor Cali girl in her wall peeling house? No, Rumi says so quickly that Zoe is actually a little startled by how fast it comes out. I want to be here taking care of you. I don't need. No one's going to blame you if you think my house is a little stuffy, Zoe retorts, especially when there's someone like her in it. Hmm. If you need to take a trip somewhere, I won't be mad. Honestly, I want you to. I don't want you to resent me or hate me or start thinking of me like I'm a burden to you, like I am with everyone else in my life. Like you're just, I won't. Rumi promises. Zoe's thoughts will start, and Rumi will be like, no. Rumi will be like, no, you did nothing wrong. Oh, God, Zoe. Zoe. Zoe wonders if she knows exactly what she's promising. It's a big promise to make. Zoe, you do need that therapy. Yes. Yes. Where do they want you? Mira asks casually. Here? There's a lot of good recording studios. Rumi chuckles dryly. I wish. They've been wanting me in New York for a month now. New York? Concrete jungle, wet dream, tomato, New York? Zoe squeaks. At the same time that Mira says nonchalantly, oh, that's not too far. Not too far? Zoe whips her head to look at her best friend. What do you mean, not far? That's a 5-hour flight. Same country, Mira says with a shrug. I don't count the length if it's in the same country. We need to kill rich people. There, I said it. It's been so long, baby. We need to kill rich people. Okay. Rumi huffs, partly in amusement. Well, now you see the problem. Bobby thinks that I should take the plunge and make new music if I want to, and that this could be a good thing. The other part of me thinks that it just means I'm not. After a weird 2-second pause, Rumi clears her throat. I don't want to dump that on either of you. Give me that therapy consultation. Cactus. Oh my god. Hi. Um okay. Zoe's curious about how she would have finished that sentence. She has a few guesses as to what, but maybe that's just because of what she would have said. Not doing enough comes to the very front of her mind. Give me that therapy consultation indeed. Oh my god, girl. Can we come with you then? Zoe blurts out. The two of them whip around to look at her so fast that she nearly falls over laughing. Their expressions are nearly identical too. To to New York? Rumi asks in disbelief. Zoe, you're still on bed rest. I've rested in bed long enough, Zoe argues. If Mira wasn't so comfortable to lie on, she would have sprung up and done cartwheels to prove it. Besides, wasn't it just like a recommendation or something? Like how people recommend that you only drink one mango loco monster a day? They strongly recommend it, Mira reiterates. Then she snaps her gaze back to Zoe suspiciously. Wait, how many do you? How long are you supposed to be in New York for? Zoe asks. Rumi blinks in surprise. I need to try a mango loco monster during one of those streams sometime. I should. I should. I need to hop on that train. Anyways, I won't get addicted, I swear. I've only had one monster in my life, and that was the one I had on stream. I swear. Okay. Boop. Rumi blinks in surprise and a little bit in thought. She chews on her bottom lip for a moment, and Zoe takes that time to marvel at her strong eyebrows and her heart-shaped face. The little things in life deserve to be appreciated, obviously. 4 days? Rumi guesses. 3 if I take the first flight back after the recording, and I can survive 4 days, Zoe insists. She whips her head towards Mira and tries to pull her best puppy dog face. You're feeling better from your cold a few days ago, aren't you? It works, clearly. Mira hesitates, then slowly says, Yeah, and I'm down to tag along. You are? Rumi says in pleasant surprise. But not with you. Mira finishes seriously. She gives Zoe a pointed look. Why do you even want to go? There's nothing for you in New York that you can't get here or that we can't bring to you. I can't get giant subway rats to document, Zoe says just as seriously. Or Broadway or Joe's Pizza. Joe's Pizza might be a little overrated. I I've only eaten at Joe's Pizza like I've eaten from there a couple times. I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's pizza. It's not crazy. Um, Zoe, I don't know. Wait, Zoe, I don't know, Rumi starts, the exasperation deep in her voice and face. You're supposed to be resting. I don't care enough about this stupid collab to drop everything and go or leave you. That's why I said I'd come with you, silly Tilly. Zoe cuts in, just as exasperated. I'm sick of being home all day. I want to do something else. I want to come with you and support you in your kick ass idol stuff. I mean, don't you think it would be so fun? She can tell that the temptation is getting to both Rumi and Mira when they fall silent. She just needs to deliver the finishing blow. It's not often that she pulls out the big guns like this, most of the time because she doesn't really need to, but she'll make an exception for something as important as this. She tilts down her chin and looks up at them through her eyelashes, that juts her bottom lip out enough to draw attention to it. She looks back and forth between them and pleads, Can you please think about it? First bullet. Please? For me? Second bullet. It'll make me so happy. Bang, bang, bang! Mira's entire body sags underneath her in defeat. Rumi's shoulders sag just as much, and the conflict in her face deepens. Zoe lifts her chin up high with a victorious smile. Checkmate. What what about your dad? Rumi challenges. You can't leave him here alone for he's a little gray and weak, but not that gray and weak. Zoe says, slightly offended on her dad's behalf. He can take care of himself and Derpy for a few days, especially since technically the two of you fixed, I don't know, 90% of his problems. Ah, the beauty of financial aid. Zoe, we still don't know, Mira says, apprehensive. New York is far. Hypocrite! I call bullshit. New York is far and crowded. It can be dangerous if you don't. The creaking on the stairs is all too familiar. She looks over her shoulder and calls out, Appa! Oh, her dad grumps out. Can I go on a trip with my friends? She yells loudly. It's far too loud a volume for the distance between them, but she doesn't feel like repeating herself for her dad. Mira winces at the volume, and Zoe rubs her shoulder in apology. It won't be long. I'll call you twice a day to make sure you're not dead. When? He yells back. That was weird. When? He yells back. Zoe looks expectantly at Rumi. Uh, sorry, that was Rumi. They said ASAP, so I don't. Rumi stammers. Zoe whips her head back around. Tomorrow! How long? He yells again. 4 days? Maybe 5? Silence stretches in the room. She's slightly afraid that her dad just croaked on the staircase and no one heard it. But then her dad shouts back, With who? Mira and Rumi! The response is instantaneous. Okay, have fun. Be safe. I love you, Choco. Zoe tries not to snort at the favoritism. She looks back at them with a triumphant smile. See? She says happily. Rumi sighs, but Zoe knows that kind of sigh. It's the sigh of giving in. The moment you feel off, Zoe, she warns. But Zoe squeals and jumps up to wrap her arms around Rumi's neck. She feels Rumi instinctively press her nose against her shoulder and breathe her in deep, and it tickles. She doesn't really care. All that matters is that she can finally do something else, something useful. I promise I'll be the best cheerleader you've ever had in your life, she avows. Rumi's smile is weak, but genuine. You already are, she says softly. Zoe chooses to ignore the odd feeling in her throat. We have so much to pack tonight, Zoe tells them seriously. We need to keep track of our underwear, pull out the packing cubes, and Rumi laughs and pats her arm. I still don't know why you're so stubborn about coming, but she says, her smile slipping into something so soft that it leaves a bitter trail of sugar in Zoe's throat. Thank you, Eggy. You know I'd love to have you around. Both of you. She can feel Mira holding her chin up high with that faint smile of hers. Zoe looks back at Rumi with a smile of her own, but it strains. The truth is, she just misses feeling needed, even if she's painfully aware of how diminished her usefulness has become. She means every word. She wants to repay them for what they've done for her, and maybe that way she can finally feel worthy of being with them. Everything in life is a transaction, no matter how big or small. She's not allowed to just take and take because that would be cheating. Something about it not being fair anyway. Because people like her haven't earned the right to be loved for free. The capitalistic mindset is killing us all. The capitalistic mindset is killing us all. Those who offer nothing in return, those who steal, and those who leech have always been punished. Girl! So her priority now is to bite down on the inside of her cheek and hold it together. Another day means another opportunity to finally be useful. It's another day to justify the space that she takes. I mean, I should have expected this. I should have expected this with Jaime repeated sentences arsenide. Give me that therapy consultation. Oh, you just have time. Mm. Wait, what was? I'm gonna look something up. Meaning. Cute, 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 cute. Zoe, I don't need therapy. Also, Zoe, I'm a burden. Everyone hates me. Like, girl. Hey, remember when Mira told Zoe to give her something of the same value for her secret ass kids? Yeah, well, transactions. Everything is a transaction. Mm-hmm. 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 Awesome. Awesome. Tomato, tomato, tomato. Make that a wet dream, tomato. Tomato, tomato, tomato. Don't worry about all that though. New York arc. Listen, if it means I'm in the same city as polytrix, it's okay. Tomato, tomato, tomato. I am taking a break right now. I'm just chilling with the comments. Phone battery is 57. I should actually put it on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My mom and my aunt are texting me. And I'm like, girl, is everything okay? Let me bring my battery on my charger just in case. And I'm gonna have to plug this in. Not me writing my Rumira fanfiction while watching this. You guys are like people who can like listen to this and write their own fanfiction at the same time are like God's strongest soldiers. I don't know how you guys do it. Okay, my mom texted me. Yeah, I'm fine. Evet. Canlı yayındayım. Bu akşam my mom is like, hey, are you okay? Is everything all right? And I'm like, yeah. And my aunt is like, can you call me whenever you have free time? And I'm like, yeah. Oh, bye, Aaron. I can't write while listening to someone else read. That's insanity. That's me. That's my mindset. I made sure we didn't have another NYC Denny's incident. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Listen, we already got our Denny's in this fic. Listen, apparently there is a Denny's in NYC and I just didn't know because it's a fucking Queens. It's a fuck ass Queens. Like, I'm sorry. Are they staying? It's not made clear in the Unchanging Polaris, but like my mind was like, oh, they must be staying in a hotel in Manhattan. Or like maybe it is specified and I just don't remember, whatever. But I'm like, they're staying in Manhattan. Why are they driving to Queens just to get Denny's? Like, Zoe, I love you. Zoe, I love you. I know you're like, oh, Denny's, oh the nostalgia. And I'm like, I don't know, go to an IHOP or something. Is there a Texas Roadhouse in New York? There is Texas barbecue. There's like there's a Texas barbecue spot. It's not called Texas Roadhouse. I don't know if there's a Texas Roadhouse. I don't eat out enough to know everything. But I was like, there can't be a Denny's in New York. I did not know about this. I don't think there is, right? I'm too European for this. No, real as hell. Real as hell. The Denny's incident. The Denny's incident. That's funny. I just thought I was losing my mind. I just thought I was like, am I being gaslit into thinking that there is a Denny's in New York when there isn't a Denny's in New York? And there is a Denny's in New York. But it's in Queens. I only go to Queens for like rehearsals for things. Like, I do not go to Queens. That place is so far. It's like if you live in a borough, like live in a specific borough, like especially if you live in Manhattan, other boroughs are like different countries to me. Like, I was living in Ridgewood for a while and I would like commute into Manhattan and out. And my commute was like 30 minutes. It wasn't that bad. But now that I'm in Manhattan back again, I'm like, Brooklyn is so far away. Queens is so far away. I'm closest to the Bronx, but even Bronx is like, it takes me like an hour or two. Oh, I got Discord DM from Cactus. I'll check that out later. Jaime and Denny's like, hey, you know what would be funny? I'll pull up the Discord for later. Okay, anyways, that's enough talking about Denny's. Roomie time. You're really missing out on Waffle House. I need to listen. If I make my way around to a state that has a Waffle House, I need to do a Waffle House trip. Okay. My mom and my aunt are like texting me stuff. Jaime tried to put a Waffle House in Cali. Canadian. You know who would like call out his ass for that? Reef. Reef would be like, oh, that Waffle House fic is never happening, but it's okay. Former Waffle House here, that made me cackle. You gotta go to a random Waffle House off the I-75 to get the full experience, nowhere near a city. Well, yes. Listen, if I end up traveling, and I might be traveling soon, I need to call my... Wait. I just realized I might be going to Miami soon. I might be going to Miami. There's some in PA. Oh, interesting. Wait. Okay. As a Brazilian, I am so lost in this conversation. Listen, oh. Wait, sorry, I just thought about it and I'm like, oh my God, Miami meetup? Florida meetup? Anyways, I'm back. Oh, you're going to Florida. Dane, you know what I'm thinking about right now. Dane, you know what I'm thinking about right now. But it's like unclear right now. I hope Artie gets to Florida, man. And Waffle House experience. I haven't been to Florida in like 3.5 years. The last time I was in Florida, I was visiting my my roommate's place there. Oh, the siren sea foreboding. You know what that means? We're going back to the fic, and it's time for Artie to shut the fuck up. Roomie POV. Living in Seoul is different from living on Jeju. Rumi wouldn't count it as a bad different because complaining about moving when her family clearly didn't want to would make things worse. And the last thing she wants is to become a burden. Phew. And like her mama said, she should look on the brighter side of things. There's always a bright side, like rainbows, even when there's rain. Cause I'm Mr. Brightside. I've been hearing Mr. Brightside all over, and now my brain started playing Mr. Brightside. Anyway, and just like her parents promised, Seoul definitely has more opportunities for her. The streets are much bigger, and she can buy all the snacks that she could ever want. On nights when she misses the ocean and the smell of her papa's garden, her papa's orchard. Her papa's orchard. sorry. Anyway, my brain rot. Anyway, she looks up at the giant skyscrapers, glowing and tall, and tries to envision herself on top. It's a nice thought. Oh God. Oh God. Ah! How are you still 14, Rumi? Are you still 14? Her auntie Celine promised her that one day she'll take her to her skyscraper and show her what it's like on top. And maybe being up there with her will convince her and her parents to stay in Seoul with her. Okay, so the parents are still in the picture. Okay. 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 Okay, 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 okay. I'm trying to my brain. I thought you liked Jeju, said mournfully when Celine had taken her out for a stroll. I do, Celine had replied, but it gets lonely in Seoul sometimes, Rumi. It's nice when you have family with you. Why couldn't you stay with us on Jeju? Because I have responsibilities here. Rumi remembers the way Celine had squeezed her hand. Just a responsibility to you. It takes a few years for Rumi to understand, but at 7 years old, 7 years old, she starts to finally see it. It doesn't take long for her parents to enroll her in a school near their apartment, a place much smaller than their bungalow on Jeju, but just as lively with her papa's cooking and her mama's penchant for decorating the shelves and couch with colorful throw blankets and decorations. Being with other children will make her feel less lonely, they promised her. Rumi wishes she could tell them that she was perfectly content learning from an open textbook and parents who never yell. She doesn't really like her teachers. Their faces are more weathered than her mama's. Always press their lips together when she doesn't get a concept right. It makes her feel small. She doesn't really like feeling small. That verse is taking up space. Okay, okay. She feels even smaller when she does get things right, and her teachers turn their sharp gazes on everyone else in the room and snap, see? Why can't you be just like her? It's the pride in her teachers' voices as they cut through her peers that makes her feel nauseous. She doesn't like it, even if she knows they're just trying to make her feel better. She doesn't like it because she can feel her classmates' stares, sharp and resentful. Then there's her classmates. Her mama told her to try her best to befriend as many of them as she can. And just like the good daughter she is, she has. She introduced herself to all of her classmates, and she plays with them during recess and eats lunch next to them and trades snacks. They're nice people who only ever ask her about her parents sometimes because their private academy means that they're just as defined by their own families. She hears whispers behind her back when they think she's not listening, but never anything more. Her classmates and her friends are quite nice to her. Rumi just doesn't know how they're supposed to make her feel less lonely. Girl. I feel called the fuck out. Okay. Even with so many people in her class, she only feels lonelier. She doesn't understand it. Rumi feels the chill in her bones before she even passes the first window. Outside, the rain is beating down on the pavement. It's hard to see through the dappling of raindrops, and she wonders if her papa is waiting for her out in the rain. She hopes that he's at least keeping warm inside the car. She doesn't want to be the reason her parents get sick. She'd rather walk alone in the cold rain. Jesus. Up ahead, her friends giggle and laugh. They're punching each other's arms and whining about some boy in class. The sound of their laughter echoes through the halls, and Rumi finds herself smiling at it. She takes a deep breath and pulls the straps of her bag tighter against her shoulders. She walks a little faster to catch up to them, and she says, you know, he might hear you, right? What if he's still inside waiting for the rain to stop? Her friends shriek and groan in surprised fear. The one with the crush grabs her school uniform sleeve and shakes her. It makes Rumi laugh. Rumi has to be the one to straighten them out all the time. For a moment, she forgets about the rain or the big city or how everything feels so vast around her. She's just in a hallway with her friends. Friends who love being with her just as much as she loves making them laugh or giving them advice. Minjiya, you should sleep over with the rest of us tomorrow, one of her friends says excitedly. Kyungi's house is the biggest among the five of them, and she's often the ringleader of their sleepovers. Not that Rumi has been to her house recently. My mom said that she'd pay for our movie tickets. Really? Minji gushes. I thought you said she didn't want us watching it. She saw my grades yesterday and changed her mind. Kyungyi giggles. Um, she turns to look at Rumi and elbows her. Thank you for tutoring us, Rumi. I don't think I would have passed without you. Rumi beams and fiddles with her backpack strap. Oh, it's no problem, she says sincerely. It's really easy stuff. Amma taught it to me last year. Right. As if we'd forget how cool and smart you are. Another friend, Sojung, the funniest between them, comments with a laugh. There's no snark to her words, but it still makes me down at the floor. What are you doing this weekend anyway, Rumi? Uh, her mouth feels a little dry. I I thought we were sleeping. She catches the way some of them glance at each other. She knows those looks, and it makes her shoulders drop. Sorry, Rumi. Kyungyi apologizes, and Rumi forces a smile on her face. My mom only bought 4 tickets, and to be honest, I thought you'd be too busy. Rumi's face scrunches in confusion. What do you mean? Well, I saw on the news that you were going to a premiere party with your parents. Oh, that was whatever. Premiere party with your parents, Minji pipes up. Yeah, but I can still try hanging out with you guys, she wants to say. She knows that wouldn't be true anyway. She promised her friends that last week and the week before. Maybe she should just try harder. She wants to try so much harder to make time for them. That's her fault. Besides, Sojung adds, giving Rumi a look that makes her stomach hurt. I thought you didn't like horror movies. I don't, but Rumi argues weakly. She doesn't, but she doesn't mind as long as it's with her friends. Let's just hang out next time, Kyungyi promises. When would that be? She wants to ask. Because they'd promised her that yesterday too. Yeah, aren't you teaching us on Monday? Minji asks. Let's get tteokbokki after. We can pay for yours as thanks, Rumi. She doesn't want payment. They're her friends. She would never ask for payment when it comes to her friends. The payment is getting to be helpful. Sojanga! Kyungyi whines. Rumi can see Sojang swatting at a keychain on the back of Kyungyi's backpack, and it only makes Sojang giggle. Kyungyi continues, trying to shake their friend off. Yeah, Rumi, we can get food after you help us. Can we come over to your house? I don't know, Rumi admits. She clenches her backpack strap. My place is pretty small, and I don't want to bother my parents. We won't bother them, Sojang promises. I mean, we aren't big super fans of your mom like other people in Kyungya! She whines when Kyungyi bats her hand away. Oh, them, a little surprised. It's just that they do. And my parent shrugs. That's fine then. We can to Kyungyi's again. She eyes Kyungyi for confirmation, and Kyungyi, how about we sleep over again after? I can't, Rumi says, disappointed. My aunt is coming to hang out with me. You mean to show you her nice big industry friends? Sojang teases. Man, wouldn't it be so nice to meet every celebrity you want? And getting boy rumors already, Kyungyi says with a laugh. Ew! Ew! 7 years old! Okay. Didn't people think that you and Kang Min are getting everything you want? Minji exclaims. Minho mention again. Oh god, I hope Mira rubbed that into his face. Oh god. Or getting everything you want, Minji exclaims, and the envy tight in the way she eyes Rumi. I saw those nice pens you had today. They're so cool, right, Kyungya? You're so lucky that your parents get you whatever you ask for. They don't get me everything, Rumi says weakly. I just get stuff as a reward when I do well in class. When do you not do in class? When do you not do good in class? Sojang replies, offended. Rumi doesn't have an answer for that. She's not certain what to even answer with. She just likes making sure that she can make her family proud. That's all. Maybe that way they can finally give her a baby brother or sister to take care of, like she asked a while ago. It would be nice to have someone around the house to play with. It would be really nice to have a brother or sister to share that odd weight on her shoulders. But as soon as the thought flicks through her mind, Rumi reprimands herself. Her sibling wouldn't deserve something like that. She'd carry it all for them. Oh my god, Anna's here! Hello! Hi, Queen! Oh my god. Oh god. With when the apartment gets too quiet. Having someone to love and play with as much as they love and would like to play with her would just be the cherry on top. Sorry, she finally blurts out in response. It makes her want to hit herself against the wall. There's only a little bit of wall space left before they get to the door. So either she does that now. Don't be, Rumi, Kyungi tells her with a giggle. It's not your fault that everyone wants to be you. Rumi finishes the last part of it in her head, and that no one wants to be next to you. It's giving anyway. It I was saying this in a group chat, but it's crazy that Rumi didn't end up worse than she did. A child, a 7-year-old. She knows how much everyone in her class envies her. Their stares make her want to shrink in on herself in the back of the class. And yet, they all come up to her to fawn and ask for help with her homework, or to ask if they could meet her mom, or to get an autograph, or to ask if they can come with her whenever she has to ask the teacher for an excuse slip to travel somewhere. She's the best listening ear around, with the best solutions and hugs to give. Her smarts mean that she isn't short on people needing help with their assignments. Last week, when her teacher had finished the lesson early, she made every person in class compliment each other as a fun little game. Oh, she's my little baby angel. Rumi had noticed that all of their compliments to her had been about the things that she could do for them. What about me? She wanted to ask. Just me. But no, that would be selfish of her to ask. It would be like asking for more than she'd earned. When they finish asking, they always scatter. They always break back into their friend groups, laughing and shouting and punching each other's shoulders, while Rumi is left to trail at their heels or walk in the street rather than on the sidewalk with them, just like her friends are starting to do now. Soyanga, give that back! Kyungyi whines, sprinting after their friend. They run and run, bursting out the door into the pouring rain as they squeal and lift their backpacks over their heads, looking back to make sure they didn't leave each other behind, helping each other lift their backpacks too, all while leaving Rumi behind in the hall. Warm by the heated vents, with no company to keep. Everyone's best friend and no one's friend. It reminds me of that BoJack Horseman quote, like, you realize that everyone loves you, but no one likes you. I needed a break reading this. It broke my heart so bad and threw back to childhood. No, like. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I won't say much. Um Rumi lets herself revel in the fading laughter. The hallway sounds so empty without the echoes of her friends' voices. The teachers have either long left the building or shut themselves inside their classrooms. All she's left with is a sense of quiet peace and that lingering feeling of sorrow that she can't explain. She remembers trying to tell her parents about how sad she felt whenever she came home from school. She remembers trying her best to tell them how much the knife twists when they leave without her, and her parents had always tried to give her the most logical explanations. She can just try to insert herself, she can befriend more people, she can always try to be herself. It never quite fixes the problem, though. She doesn't even know what the problem entirely is, other than the fact that she knows it feels inherently selfish. Rumi takes an umbrella out from her backpack and pushes it open as she leaves the building. Her mama had packed it for her. Everyone say it with me. The petrichor! The petrichor greets her before the cold. She takes a deep breath in and lets herself smile. Something about the rain has always comforted her. It's it's not pleasant when it soaks into her skin, but being surrounded by it has always given her a sense of peace. She steps farther out to peer into the streets. Her papa's car isn't anywhere near the driveway, and it makes her frown. It's the second time this week that her papa has been late. Rumi fiddles with her backpack strap again. It shouldn't take them too long to get to her, and it's not like they forgot about her, right? Rocking back and forth on on her shoes and flicking her eyes up and down the road, Rumi stands there and waits. There's a part of her that wants to sprint in the direction her friends went to join them, but she knows her parents would get upset with her, and she doesn't want to make them mad. It's really tempting, though. It would be better than doing nothing. She hates doing nothing. Doing nothing makes her feel like she isn't doing anything good with her life. She has everything she could ever ask for. The least she could do is do something to repay it, to feel like she earned it. The sound of a giggle tickles at her ear. It's distant, even more so through the pitter patter of rain, but Rumi can pick it out well enough. The giggling sounds much too young to be any of her classmates, but too old to be that of a baby. Rumi tilts her head towards the sound of laughter. She takes a step forward, but she pulls back under the safety of her school's awning when rain darkens the tip of her shoe. Out in the courtyard is a young girl, perhaps as young or even younger than she is. She's stomping in the puddles that are beginning to collect in the dips of the grass. It dirties her pretty school uniform, but the girl doesn't seem to mind. Yeah? Rumi shouts. It tumbles out of her mouth before she could stop it. It's the line leader in her, stopping people from getting into trouble. What are you doing? You're going to get sick! She marches over. She can feel the patter of rain gently reverberating against her hand. It's colder, somehow, without an awning to protect her. The rain feels deep in her skin, and yet she doesn't really mind it. The little girl looks up, wide eyed, as Rumi stomps over. A small grin spreads across her face when Rumi finally makes her way to her, and Rumi's nose flares up in mild annoyance. Who does this girl think she is to? Sorry, the girl says apologetically, but I won't get sick. I play in the rain all the time. Rumi is baffled. What kind of parent would let their kid play in the rain like this? She can't ever imagine her parents, or her aunts for that matter, would ever allow her to take such little care about herself. Who are this girl's parents? Are they even present in her life? Is she an orphan, maybe? Does she need a new home to shelter herself from the rain? Then the girl laughs. I don't think you believe me. It takes a moment for Rumi's mouth to work. No, I don't, she answers plainly. She looks around to see if there might be someone searching for a dirt caked girl in the rain, and there isn't. Between them and her school and the cars passing in the street, there's no one else here but them. It makes her heart ache for the girl. She doesn't deserve to be left behind like this. Somehow the girl reads her face. She beams a big smile at Rumi, one that is so unapologetically sincere in the gentle curves of its corners, and Rumi feels jealous of how easily it comes. Can she teach her how to smile like that? Amma had to pick up something at the store, the girl declares. They told me to wait at my school, but then she shrugs. like she doesn't care at all what that could imply. Rumi tilts her head to the side and peers down at the girl's clothes. There's a sewn logo on the breast pocket, the same logo that she'd passed a couple of times on the street whenever her papa needed to make a detour. It's a public elementary school. She heard her parents talk about it a couple of times when there were still boxes strewn around their apartment and they couldn't decide what to do. Why couldn't you have stayed inside? Rumi practically demands. There's no reason for you to be out in the rain. I know, the girl insists, unperturbed by Rumi's scolding. But it's nice to play in the rain, and I never get sick. But even if I got sick, I still would have played anyway. Wouldn't you? No, Rumi wants to answer honestly. Her schoolwork goes above playing in the rain and above playing with her friends, seldom as they come. She wants to be the kind of girl that her parents are proud of, not the kind who would brush dirt from her knees. But the little girl just holds out her hand when Rumi hesitates to answer. Come on, she calls with a big grin. You won't get sick, I promise. If you ever get sick, I can give you my first cat. What if I don't want a cat? Rumi challenges. The girl just shrugs. Then you tell me what other animal you want and I'll try to get it for you. Her answer is instantaneous. A Caspian tiger. The tiger, you say? She doesn't know why she sounds that way. Sarcasm and jokes have never been her strong suit, mostly because she learned to suppress them after too many people gave her odd looks for referencing things adults and classmates alike didn't understand. She still lies awake at night thinking about the time she introduced herself as Rumi, like the Sufi poet. Oh, she knows of Rumi, hell yeah. And how the table had stared at her in confusion. Okay. If this is a table of adults, I would be like, that's weird that you don't know who Rumi is. But if it's like people her age, I understand. Oh, she is educated. She is cultured. But the girl in front of her somehow smiles even wider and says, Oh, well, that's definitely a big ask. Unless you can get me a DeLorean back to the 1970s to get it. A DeLorean! Ah, she's so cute. It makes Rumi laugh in disbelief and relief all at once. DeLorean, she corrects slightly, because sure, this little girl seems to know more than the average person in her classroom, but she knows even more. The girl doesn't seem at all fazed by her correction. She only giggles and says, DeLorean, did you know that my favorite tiger is the Siberian? Sometimes they're called the Amur tiger. Rumi perks up at that. Did you know that the Caspian tiger is genetically close to them? The fact stumbles out of her mouth before she can stop it. And before she can apologize to another disinterested party, the girl in front of her exclaims, Cool! Did you also know that the Siberian, did you also know that the Siberian, wait, what? Okay, was that okay, I got confused by formatting, sorry. Cool, did you also know that the Siberian, oh my, Siberian, she's saying Siberian, oh my god, my brain is correcting. Okay, Rumi huffs in amusement, but doesn't correct her again. Tigers are really solitary and most solitary out of the 6 living subspecies of tigers, and they live in really cold places that they can run through the snow super fast. Sorry, trying to do the baby voice and try to read at the same time is messing up my brain like crazy. Rumi did in fact know that. She admits as much. I did, but thank you for telling me again. She means it. It's nice to be the listener for once. The girl beams at her again. Rumi notices, for the first time, that the girl's front tooth is missing. You're welcome. You want to play in the rain with me now? Do I go full day? We'll play in the rain? You want to go play in the rain with me now? The question brings Rumi back to reality. I won't do that much of a baby voice. The question brings Rumi back to reality. She'd forgotten where they were for a minute, and it startles her when she feels a chill run through her body. You should be getting out of the rain, Rumi scolds. She has the umbrella over both of them, she finally notices. She doesn't remember when she did that. What if you get a cold? What would your mother say? It's what Auntie Celine likes to tell her a lot when she's about to do something bad. And fuck Celine. But instead of shrinking her shoulders in on herself and looking down at the ground to avoid the confrontation of her sins, girl, you're 7. The girl just shrugs with a smile. I told you already, she gently sighs, reaching over to take Rumi's wrist. I don't get sick. Appa says it's my superpower and that I can try passing it on to other people. It's an odd thing to tell a child, Rumi thinks. Her parents would never tell her that. They would want her to be responsible with other people. What if you make them more sick instead? Rumi challenges. Maybe fighting something illogical with something illogical will help this girl see sense. But the girl only replies, raindrops sliding down her plump cheeks. Then I'll say sorry and I'll promise to do better next time. Rumi has no retort to that. Next times aren't always promised. They have to be justified and deserved. The girl squeezes her wrist. Rumi expects her to whine, as all young children do, but she only says, Did you know that tigers like to jump in puddles? Such a small claim from a girl with eyes that remind Rumi of the dark earth after rain. Rumi doesn't even know if it's true. Whether it's the truth or a misunderstood, innocent little lie, she doesn't really care. The warmth in her chest makes her feel 1,000 times lighter than she had felt with friends she'd been with for months. It's a swift current after Rumi's shoulders drop, and she puts down her umbrella. The girl giggles in delight, and she pushes Rumi's umbrella out of the way. It soaks them both in cold splatters of rain, but Rumi has already grown accustomed to how it feels on her skin. The rain keeps falling. Her umbrella is tucked under her arm, and the rain begins to soak into her socks and toes. But she keeps her feet moving, letting herself jump and pounce into the puddles that this new acquaintance has led her to. She wonders if people can hear their laughter over the sound of the rain. She hopes so. Watching the girl kick and stomp is an experience that Rumi can hardly describe. At 7.5 years old, Rumi has experienced more things in her less than a decade of being alive than most people will experience in a lifetime. It's a fact that she's shrewdly aware of, and one that makes her feel too small in her tiny shell of a body. Here, though, Rumi can hardly look away from who twirls and kicks, laughter on her lips. Rumi copies her movements, albeit a little awkwardly. The girl doesn't tease. Rumi appreciates that. Each step in their little dance sends cold in every direction, marking their faces and hair. It makes her feel impossibly light. It's the first time in days that she's felt like this. They dance in the rain for so long that by the time her companion stops, head tilting towards the sound of a distant Zoe and the calls of a distraught mother, Rumi is out of breath. She's shivering too, but it doesn't really matter to her compared to the ache in her chest when she realizes that this must mean that their time is up. Zoe takes a deep breath and cups her hands around her mouth to shout back down the road. I'm here! I'm right here! There's a distant affirmative call back after Zoe yells. Rumi is a little impressed. She wishes she could yell things like that. Even thinking about it hurts her throat. It's not in the throat, it's in the diaphragm. Besides, there's no reason for her to scream when she gets everything she could ever ask for, low voice or not. Zoe turns to look back at her with a lopsided smile. I hope I can play in the rain with you again, Zoe says happily. Mouth still a little dry, Rumi says. I hope so too. Zoe gives her a giant, toothy beam. Hello. She waves goodbye at Rumi. And Rumi waves right back at her. She stands there, watching and making sure that the little speck in the distance jumps into the arms of two awaiting adults who love her and chide her loudly enough for Rumi to hear their tones from where she is. They hardly sound too angry, though. Or maybe she's being influenced by the way that the Zoe girl wouldn't stop smiling and smiling, even as her family whisks her away and scolds her some more. She swears she sees Zoe look back over her shoulder. She swears, up and down, that Zoe waves goodbye at her again. Rumi hardly lifts her hand to reciprocate. With how close Zoe's school is to hers, there's a good chance that they'll see each other again, and Rumi would never count this as a goodbye. Rumi doesn't bother opening her umbrella again. A car pulls up on the street next to her, and Rumi heads towards it, shivering deep in her bones and wearing a big smile on her face. Her mama is the first to jump out of the car. She kneels on the cold grass, putting her hands all over Rumi to check her temperature and asks a billion questions that Rumi can hardly keep straight in her head. Her papa joins them, holding an umbrella over their heads. Rumi thanks him with a small smile. Sorry about the mud, Mama, she mumbles when she clambers into the back seat. Her mama comes along with her, instead of riding up front with her papa. Her mom just laughs. She Rumi's knee, gentle and amused, and says, That was a stupid thing to do, Agi, but you're only a child once. She reaches over and puts a wet strand of hair behind Rumi's ear. I love you. Even when I'm all dirty? Rumi whines. She laughs again and presses a kiss to the corner of Rumi's forehead, and Rumi can see her papa looking at them with envy through the rear view mirror. It makes them both giggle some more. Everything we ever meant by perfect began with you. Her mom. Her mama admits. Only ever you. Her papa confirms. Rumi beams at them, even as she pulls the throw blanket that her mama gave her closer around her shoulders to stop herself from shivering. It's such a nice thing to be perfect. Oh, um, we'll see how you feel about that in like 10 years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. And according to Discord Insider info, this isn't even Zorumi's love at first sight moment yet. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about the love at first sight tag. I mean, interesting. Interesting. Then it's not love at first sight. I'm not gonna be annoying about that. Help. Why help? Why help? It's such a nice thing to be perfect. I'm gonna check the comments real quick. The chat. Here comes Papa. Oh. Unless they met before this? They were actually accidentally swapped as babies. That's funny. Okay. I thought it was Mira for like 2 seconds. Oh, I knew it was Zoe. Playing in the rain, in the mud, that's Zoe. Oh, I was shocked when I found out that Rumi met Zoe first and not Mira. I am surprised that Zoe met Rumi first and not Mira. We'll see. You got the voice immediately too. Zero hesitation. I was like, yeah, I'll make this a little bit higher. Yeah, I'll drink a little bit more. My tea is cold now, but Inyon! It's Inyon! Invisible string theory. That is the plot twist I was talking about. Oh, really? Interesting. Has the moment, wait, Lauren, you were talking about a crash out moment for me. Has that moment passed already, or is it still coming? No. Okay. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Yay. I'll just keep going. Zoe POV. Lauren, scared right now. Zoe POV. And stop. She feels Rumi bump into her back, and then Mira bumps right into Rumi. Oh, was that Mira? Anyway, I'll discover. She feels Rumi bump into her back, and then Mira bumps right into Rumi. It almost makes Zoe stumble. That was Zoe. Okay. It almost makes Zoe stumble, but she giggles under her breath when she finally rights herself. Ta-da! She declares proudly, waving a hand over to the townhouse next to her. Found our Airbnb. Finally, Mira mutters. They're staying in a townhouse? They're staying in a townhouse? I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Finally, Mira mutters. Rumi elbows her hard in the ribs, and Mira hisses under her breath. Be nice, she scolds. That was nice, Mira argues. You know what's not nice? Your 1 million complaints about the stupid subway stairs when I already told you that I'd carry your. Oh my god, I complained twice, Rumi groans. She snaps down the handle of her luggage. And both times were because I almost ran over a puppy with my suitcase wheels. I wonder what that's about. Those weren't puppies. So those weren't puppies, Zoe informs her. She thinks for a minute, then adds, and I think the rat czar would be happy to know you ran them over with your extra heavy luggage that you had to pay double for because it was 10 pounds over the limit. Rumi frowns, but she doesn't seem to notice Zoe's light jab. What? Really? And the who? I thought you'd performed in New York enough times to know the difference between a lady's chihuahua and a rat. Mira muses. Well, it's not like I ever had to take the subway, Rumi hisses. Glad they're taking the subway. I am you deserve as you have to. Well, it's not like I ever had to take the subway, Rumi hisses. The black face mask that she wore on the subway, along with Mira's, which she offered to hold for her, is tied on the handle of her luggage. I only agreed because Zoe asked. Zoe did, indeed, ask to take the subway. Good job, Zoe. Good job. Put those rich bitches in their places. Okay. Zoe did, indeed, ask to take the subway for the full New Yorker experience and everything. She's pretty sure she watched a big rat drag another rat by its feet to take it under the tracks. So, like she said, beautiful experience. Yep, you gotta see the rats. You gotta see the rats. You didn't have to agree to whatever Zoe says, Mira says, drawling her words. Rumi practically stomps her foot. Says you? You never agreed to staying in an Airbnb with me when we were dating. Because there's someone's house, Gongju, and with how loud you always are. Like you think Zoe isn't? Rumi challenges. Is Jaime self-inserting again? Is Jaime self-inserting again? Okay. Her eyes widen slightly when she notices Zoe's and Mira's smirks and glances, and she stammers out, loud because of your games? You don't think she's loud because of her games too? Mira crosses her arms and shrugs. She's unfairly sexy in her black-washed jeans. Zoe knows when she needs to be quiet. Can't say the same for you. Yippity yep! Zoe vehemently agrees. Yeah, I think I'm self-inserting, and I feel like I'm interrupting something. I feel like I'm interrupting something, actually. The noise that comes out of Rumi's mouth is between a scoff and a whine. Well, At least we never have to take the subway again now that we're at the Airbnb you agreed to with Zoe, she says. She shivers. No more dog-sized rats. Hey, they're not that big, Zoe points out. It seems like she'll be having to play devil's advocate for New York for the entire duration of their workcation, or whatever the fuck Rumi had called it last. They're like puppy-sized, more like. Like that makes it any better, Rumi mutters. I just want them to get away from me. You made sure there aren't any rats in the Airbnb, right, Zoe? Zoe bites back a laugh, but she answers, no puppy-sized rats, I promised. I asked. Probably too many times, after Rumi kept bothering her about it. Mira snorts. Well, if you're looking for puppies, you don't need to look far. Rumi whips around to look at her. Huh? What? What do you mean, what? You're the one who just said, I said what I said. For what? I didn't even do anything. Exactly. Rumi growls under her breath. You're such a what? Mira taunts, but the grin on her face makes her look twice as annoying and sexy, which is probably what she's going for. What am I, Rumi? She purrs. A rat, Rumi deadpans. Mira's eyebrows shoot up in clear surprise, one still marred by her pretty little scar. A rat? I said what I said, as if I'd ever be a fucking. Zoe rolls her eyes and taps through her phone with a light, tight-lipped smile. They've been bickering like that the entire time they've been traveling. They are busy being gay. They are so gay. I need me a mirror too, like that. Ooh, like girl. I need a girl to talk to me like. Okay. They've been bickering like that the entire time they've been traveling, but it's an amusing kind of bickering, like watching the world's funniest tennis match. She should start verbatim scripting some of their arguments and sell them to make a Broadway musical. Ooh, should she take them to Broadway? I mean, yes and yes. I mean, yes. GTC Broadway musical, baby. GTC Broadway musical. Ooh, should she take them to Broadway? Ooh, what show would they see? They would see Hadestown. They would see Hadestown. She sticks out her tongue as she fishes for the passcode to the lockbox by the staircase for their key. There have been way too many messages between her and the owner, though, so it's proving to be a little hard. Rumi and Mira are still arguing about the rats that they saw in the subway. Honestly, Zoe doesn't even know what they're arguing about anymore. She doubts that they know either. They're literally arguing for the sake of arguing and being gay. That's all the reason. She doubts they know either. But whatever helps them blow off steam, she guesses, it would be better than hate finger banging each other again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That was like almost 10 chapters ago, by the way. Can you believe that? That was almost 10 chapters ago. It's been like that even on the plane, when the three of them flew in the same aisle together in first class, which she only ever allowed because of privacy, or else she would have dragged both of their asses to economy with her. They fought over each other's remotes and blankets when they thought that Zoe wasn't looking, but they were giggling together just as much while watching the rom-com on Mira's TV. They give her such a headache sometimes. Zoe is like these children that I have to take care of, these gay children that I have to take care of. I remember reading it in the middle of a cruise dining room. I remember your cruise tweeting during that. Zoe bends down by the lockbox and flicks her thumb over the dials. The owner said that it should be 1114, but any combination of the numbers, forwards or backwards, elicits nothing. It's going to be 1014 or 1410. I swear to God. If it's like... She rests her chin on her hand and stares down at the lockbox in confusion. Huh. That's not supposed to happen. Can't figure out the number, Mira asks, bending down to look. Nope, Zoe answers casually. Dude gave me the code to the box, but it isn't working. Do you want me to call him for you, sweet pea? Rumi asks sweetly. Nah, it's fine, Zoe says firmly. I don't want to bother the poor guy. We can probably camp out at a breakfast spot while we wait for a response. Girl, the fuck are you doing? Mira is bent by her side, hands already on the lockbox. She has a pin inside the hole, and God knows where that came from. Does having pink hair means that she gets hammer space? I'm getting us our key, Mira says simply. By breaking it open? Zoe exclaims. Rumi bends down between them and hums. Her perfume may not be as strikingly prominent as Mira's sweet pink peppers, but it's strong and powerful, and it almost makes Zoe straighten up. God, she really needs to tell them to turn down the scents before she becomes an omega in a Oh, that got me. God, that's so funny. An omega. Zoe would not be, but that's funny as hell. Well, Rumi muses, while Mira continues to dig around in the keyhole. Zoe whips her head to look at her. You're condoning this? She accuses lightly. I'm not condoning anything, he defends. I just think that after a long morning, we deserve to rest in a nice house. It's all paid for anyway. She gives Zoe an odd look. Right? Of course it is! What do you take me for? Zoe exclaims. Zoe would have rather jumped off a cliff than spent 4 days in a luxury hotel room. Seen those stupid prices at the hotels around here. And one night cost her an arm and a boob, or whatever the saying is. Also, their conversation about the two of them not being able to survive in a house by themselves without anyone else to help kind of sparked too much debate. A taste of the poor people experience, as Zoe put it. I mean, Airbnb still, I wouldn't call Airbnb a poor person experience. That's still, couch surfing is a poor person experience. That's why, after Mira successfully snaps the lockbox open, happily takes them over to the door and swings it open, Zoe tries her best not to laugh when their faces drop. For what it's worth, Zoe doesn't think it's that bad. She stayed in worse places during cramped field trips. By all standards, this place is more than ideal. It's clean, shiny, and the air smells of citrus cleaner instead of nicotine. It's just that the living room and kitchen are about 10 steps apart. The couch looks 5 million years old, and the singular bedroom is tucked away in a corner. Even in a townhouse, you can't escape the New York spacing. Zoe scratches her head. The only thing she's disappointed about is that she's sure that the listing said it could comfortably house 3 people in a bed, but the bedroom seems to be housing a twin. Hardly enough for one person and a cat, if she's being honest. Mira looks over her shoulder to look at the listing with her again. She points out at the fine print in the listing that says, able to accommodate up to 3, 1 bed and a couch. Zoe groans. How the hell did she miss that? That's my bad, she says apologetically, just as Rumi brings in the last of their luggage. Mira lightly pinches Rumi's arm in thanks while she squints up at the carbon monoxide detector on the ceiling, and Rumi huffs from the effort. Zoe adds, I can sleep on the couch. I don't mind. I'm like the smallest one here anyway. Rumi opens her mouth. Mira slaps her hand over it. Startled, offended, and bewildered, Rumi glances at Mira with wide eyes. Stop licking my hand, Mira says flatly. You know that doesn't work on me. I don't care. Rumi's eyes narrow at her, and Zoe giggles. I'm just imagining the scene right now in front of me. Still, Mira takes her hand off Rumi and huffs. She gives Rumi a mild look, as if to warn her, then tells Zoe, I can sleep on the couch. You and Rumi can take the bed. Rumi and Zoe are quick to shoot it down. To try, anyway. Why would you ever think that we would be okay with? We can't let you take that tiny ass couch. You're gonna wake up with Wake up like a shrimp. Mira laughs out loud at their reactions. She shoves her hands in her pockets and leans on the back of the couch to give them both a look. It's fine. You two trust me, don't you? She asks, and they look away with grumbles. Chuckling, she continues, seriously, I mean it. You two need to take the bed because one of you is still on bed rest from a coma and the other one is here for work. I'm just here as a plus one or two. That's not who you are, Zoe scolds. You being here means just as much as Zoe, Rumi argues. Mira's usually not one to show how she feels, at least not when she thinks they're looking. Zoe's gotten good at catching her split second emotions, though, especially now when her face softens for the second at their protests. Then it's back to cool faced Mira, and Zoe wants to squish her face at how ridiculous she can be sometimes. Mira clears her throat, then says, still mean it though. Even if you don't want to take my stupidly logical explanation, then consider the fact that I just really like sleeping on couches. Right, Zoe says dryly. Rumi rolls her eyes and exhales in partial amusement. It's true, though, she grumbles, and Zoe looks over at her in surprise. She gives Zoe a half shrug. She used to knock out on my couch all the time. Bobby got mad at me once because he thought I wasn't letting her on my bed. Zoe snickers at the thought. Not letting Mira on a bed like a stray cat is certainly something fun to visualize. It's all fun and good. Mira stray cat, so fun. Visualize it all the time. Can you think of all the times she fell asleep on your couch? Zoe thinks about that for a moment. She can, which is the funniest part. Huh, what the hell is wrong with her? But instead of being rude, Zoe says, the couch is still pretty small. Are you sure you want to? Mira gives her a short nod. I don't mind when my feet stick out while I sleep. I'm not a pussy, she says casually. When Zoe makes a thoughtful noise in the back of her throat, Mira adds, and if you try to tickle my feet in the middle of the night, I will kick the shit out of you. I won't, Zoe says, even though she's mildly disappointed. Rumi snorts. Mira slaps the back of the couch like she claimed to it. Welp, I'm going to start organizing my luggage. I suggest the two of you do too, if you can, with the space you have. She peers over at the bedroom, and Zoe pivots on her heel to look. It's definitely too narrow to to set luggage down on the floor and open it up, but putting it up on the bed would be weird. Don't put your oh my god, people who put their luggage on the bed gets on my nerves. Don't put your luggage on the bed. Not on the bed. Oh my god. It sends shivers down my spine. Okay. I can set down one of the towels from the bathroom and put it on the bed so you can sort your stuff on top of it. Rumi pipes up. Are you sure? Zoe asks, a little surprised. Don't you want to put your stuff away first? Don't you have a meeting tonight? Yes, but that's tonight, Rumi argues. I can help you with your stuff. Or, she puts a hand on top of Zoe's luggage handle. I can do it myself if you want. I don't mind. Rumi, put your luggage away first, Zoe warns, but she's laughing lightly. I want to lie down on the couch for a minute anyway. That was the wrong thing to say. Rumi blurts out, do you want some Advil? Tylenol? Dramamine? I also brought ginger tea in case you... I'm fine, Zoe says quickly. For once, she isn't lying. Flying first class really ups the flight game. Holy shit. She never wants to complain about anything in her life ever again after experiencing the beauty of it. Just go. I want to take a nappy nap with Mira. Rumi huffs. If you're sure, sweet pea. I'm sure, baby bear. Zoe, baby bear. Where? Rumi, who had been partially turned to head into the small bedroom, turns so sharply towards her that Zoe startles. What? Zoe asks. Rumi blinks at her once, then twice, then swallows hard. Nothing, she squeaks out, then disappears into the bedroom and shuts the door. Is that something that Mira used to call her or something? Zoe muses whether she shut the door for their benefit or her own. Maybe both, if she's being honest. That's what she would have done. Mira cackles on the couch. Zoe weaves around and sits down next to her with a groan. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? She whines. Mira is flicking through the service options on the TV. For such a small TV setup, there's quite a sizable collection of pre downloaded streaming apps and accounts that they can use. Zoe wonders if it's part of a promotion or pyramid scheme. Do you remember when you got a little drunk on stream last week? Mira asks. Not drunk, Zoe clarifies. She smushes her cheek against Mira's shoulder and watches her flip through the channels. I was just having nice sips of my yogurt soju while I was playing American Truck Simulator. Right, Mira says, unconvinced. Zoe lets it pass because she's too nosy not to hear the rest. Well, after the stream, Rumi tucked you in. Oh, okay, Zoe says, trying to keep her voice as even as possible. But Mira sees right through it, and she lazily lifts an eyebrow at her when Zoe's voice pitches slightly higher. She says nothing about it, though, and only continues, well, when she said goodnight to you, apparently you yanked her into bed with you, snuggled into her, and said, good night, Gomdori. Mira pauses to let her ruminate on that. Then she snorts quietly under her breath, then says, poor Ruru Bear over there couldn't stop twisting and turning in bed because of it. Do you know how annoying it was sleeping next to someone who couldn't stop kicking you in the shin because they were giggling over being called Gomdori? There's only one reason that Zoe isn't currently freaking the fuck out about that, and it's the fact that, wait, so you guys do cuddle at night? She exclaims, lifting her head to point an accusing finger at Mira. She still tries to keep her voice as low as she can so Rumi doesn't hear them. But instead of bashing her with a pillow and telling her to shut up, just like she did when Rumi had gotten them more Lego sets and gunpla to work on, Mira's lips just curl into an amused smile and she shrugs. Sometimes when she needs it. Mira clarifies. At Zoe's ever so inquisitive look, she adds, sometimes she has nightmares or has a worse day than usual. Most of the time, it's just nice having someone near you at night, especially when one of you can't stand horror movies at night but won't stop watching them. She rolls her eyes, but Zoe giggles. Something on the TV starts to load. Faintly in the other room, Zoe can hear Rumi putting stuff away. Does she still have her teddy bear? Moment of silence for Barry. I love Lover Girl Mira. Oh my god. I'm like, Ramira cuddles at night. Okay. Does she still have her teddy bear? Zoe asks out of the blue. Who, Barry? Mira asks curiously. When Zoe bobs her head, she answers, got him fixed a couple of weeks ago. Good as new. She says it helps her with her bad thoughts, but that cooking for us helps her just as much. Oh, I'm happy about that. That's really nice. Oh, I wish I knew how to help her more, Zoe says mournfully. Mira chuckles. She reaches over Zoe's shoulders and pinches her cheek. Oh my god. Oh god. Sorry, our like snow shovelers are like God's strongest soldiers. They're still out there. They're shoveling snow. Damn. Respect. Sorry. Mira chuckles. She reaches over Zoe's shoulders and pinches her cheek. Zoe whines and bats her away. You do more than help her, Mira tells her. Then the sparkle in her eyes gets a little sparklier, whatever the fuck that means. I don't think you know how much you mean to her, honestly. What, her? Zoe exclaims. She waves her hand dismissively. Psst. She wouldn't have let you come here if she didn't want you here. Mira muses. She let you come here too. Yeah, 'cause you were going. And 'cause you wanted to, Mimi. Rumi told you that she couldn't wait to show you around New York. Mira says flatly. That's not something you say to someone you don't like to be around. She would have said the same thing to you if you'd never been here in Manhattan. Manhattan? 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 What did she? Manhattan? Manhattan? If you've never been here in Manhattan. Manhattan, she corrects to herself. Stupid MLP phase. Is that a Oh, I've never watched MLP, like the cartoons. I've seen the Equestria Girls movies, so if that was a reference that flew over my head, I'm sorry. Nope. She would have thrown a brochure at me and told me to pick a place to eat, and if I didn't do that, it would mean I hated her. Mira tells her, I'm disappointing you, Hardy. Sorry. Hey, if it makes you better, if it makes you feel better, I've seen all the Equestria Girl movies. And I really like the Equestria Girl movies, and I need to rewatch the Equestria Girl movies. Anyways, um, you're being dramatic, Zoe says in exasperation. Zoom. Mira starts with a chuckle, shifting in her comfy couch seat. If you asked her to step into traffic right now, she'd ask you how many times you want her to be run over. Well, Zoe personally wants to be run through another way. What? You should really see the way she looks at you when she's watching your streams, or how much she likes listening to you sing in the shower. Wait, she likes it when I sing in the shower? Zoe asks, high pitched. Very much. Mira confirms. You sound good. I don't blame her. Wait, you listen? Point is, that girl is gone for you, Mira says casually. She wouldn't ask you to come to New York if she wasn't as clingy as a gomdori. Stop calling her that, Zoe says, but she giggles lightly under her breath. She'll feel bad if she doesn't at least try to defend Rumi's honor. They are so cute. I'm gonna throw up from the sweetness. Mira shrugs at her. I'm just telling the truth. If you have a crush on her and she has a crush on you, I think. Whoa! Zoe cries, flipping around to look at her best friend. Who the hell told you that? Your bedroom walls? Mira says, looking at her like she is the weirdo. Or literally any conversation about you with Rumi. Are you really going to sit here and tell me that the girl you have 1,000 fucking edits saved of on TikTok isn't someone you have a crush on? It's different, Zoe hisses, pressing closer to Mira. We've never really hung out together, you know? Like obviously I like her, but it's not what you would think. Aw, is Zoomy Woomy blushing because she's thinking about her crush? Mira teases. Shut the fuck up! Zoe hisses, slapping her arm over and over. Mira giggles under her breath as she avoids Zoe's assault as much as she can. Shut! There's nothing wrong with a crush, Mira insists, but the shit-eating grin on her face still makes it hard for Zoe to trust her. Do you think she'd be flattered that you keep a signed album from her on your desk and that you have an entire section on your shelf for Rurumi songs? What do you think she'll do if I tell her that? Zoe slaps her arm even harder. She ends up on Mira's lap at some point, trying to make her stop laughing by slapping her shoulders over and over. All it does is make Mira laugh even harder than before. Zoe's more than happy to have her best friend back in her life. She thinks that she's the luckiest person in the world to be able to say that she found her best friend twice in her life. Best friend. Oh, it's so cute. Like, it's so cute that Mira's like, yeah, she has a crush on. If this was like 2 months back, she would be like, stay away from Zoe. And it's like, no, they're just in love. They're just in love. I'm gonna throw up. So Chaperone has this song. Chaperone has many songs. I mean, are you talking about legit like Open Your Eyes, Zoe? I won't say anything. I won't say anything. Okay. Zoe Chaperone is calling. Oh my god. you, Nat. Multiple Chaperone songs. Anyway. um They're so cute. But she forgot that having a best friend also means that she has someone to make fun of her for her crushes now, and that Mira likes to poke and tease her for every time she stumbles on her words when she talks to Rumi, or read her journal entries about Rumi's giggles out loud over her shoulder, or feed into the delusions that Rumi still likes her back, and that her yearning, which she's usually done in private, is being aired out in public by some stupid pink-haired pink fucking. Hey, do you think Rumi knows that you still have that toothbrush you had in high school that plays golden whenever you brush? Mira asks excitedly. Do you think she'd ask you to show it off, show it off for her? Or, I'm going to skin you if you keep talking, Zoe hisses. Her fingers in Mira's collar and her face as warm as, and probably as red as the giant red fucking dog thing, Clifford. Mira tilts her head in confusion. Skim? Like my credit card? No! Skin! Whatever hurts more for you in the long run, Zoe hisses again. Mira shrugs at her. You can do whatever you want. I was just asking a question. Stop rage baiting me! I'm not doing shit. You're doing that to yourself, Mira accuses. You're just working yourself up, even though I haven't even started singing. Rumi and Zoe kiss sitting in a tree. K. Rumi and Zoe sitting in a tree. K. Zoe tries to tackle her into the couch, but alas, Mira is much faster and stronger and stupidly taller than she is, and she evades almost immediately. Bro, stop! I'm going to bite you! Well, come do it, baby. Mira drawls with a catty grin. For the first time, Zoe realizes that she's straddling right on top of me. They're crazy. They're wild. For the first time, Zoe realizes that she's straddling right on top of Mira. I have a pretty high pain tolerance. Zoe wraps her hands around Mira's throat. Not in the hot, sexy, ooh, I'm into this way, but more like the holy shit, I'm going to commit a misicide, right? A misicide. I didn't even know that had a word for it. Okay. A misicide right here if she keeps staring at me that sexily way. Listen, that. Okay. I still have a few hours to kill before I have to head out tonight, and I'm kind of hungry, Rumi admits, opening the door to the bedroom. After I help you with your luggage, Zoe, do you want to decide somewhere to. She stops in her tracks. She blinks at them. Mira, who has to crane her neck all the way up to look at her from underneath, blinks back. Zoe, who's straddling Mira with her hand still on her neck, also blinks back. Zoe is like, Rumi is like, oh God. Right now, we're doing this right now. They were making out, Your Honor. They were kissing. The three of them stare at each other. Then Zoe says, as seriously as possible, I know this looks like an intro to a porn, but I promise it's not what it looks like. Mira guffaws, and Rumi immediately argues. That wasn't what I didn't think you guys were. Aw, Zumi, Mira says with a disappointed click of her tongue. We should have started moaning. Rage Baiter Mira is so funny. Oh, Zumi, Mira says with a disappointed click of her tongue. We should have started moaning louder. How are we supposed to pay rent for this nice Airbnb that you bought us now? Zoe slaps her shoulder with a giggle. Ignore her! Zoe exclaims, and Mira just starts to snicker some more under her breath. Zoe slams her hand over her mouth, and she feels Mira nip at the side of her palm to get her to stop. Zoe just presses harder against her mouth until she feels more of Mira's canines dig into her skin. That feels kind of... Huh. That feels kind of... Guys, Would it be hot of me if I said there is a video of me choking someone for my fight exam? Would people want to see that? Would it be hot of me to share that? Zoe bite kink awakening. I mean, say more, Artie. Listen, I'm just gonna go to my photos. It should be in my photos. Have I seen it? Chris has seen it. Chris has definitely seen it. Artie, elaborate. Give me a second. Let me find it. Let me find that video. Sorry. Now, listen, we're talking about choking. And I ran into that video yesterday, not yesterday, a few days ago, while going through my photos, and I was like, wait, why am I kind of hot right now? I know I've seen the other. You might have seen it then. You might have seen it. Dane, I forget what you have seen. You've seen a lot of stuff. Where are you? Where are you? Screenshots and recordings. It should be here. Not there. Boo. Listen, if I can find it, I will post it later. Because I had a video of it. I just remember sharing it with Chris and being like, Artie, her being like, Artie, you just got hotter in my eyes. And I was like, thank you. So if I can find it, I will share it. I just don't know where it is right now. It can't be here. It can't be that early on. No. Oh my God, they're loud. It's nice that they're having fun out there. I can't find it here. I can find it on my phone. I'll find it on my phone. Let's get to the end of this part, and if I find it, I'll share it. Maybe I'll do it after the stream. Okay. That feels kind of Anyway, what were you saying, Bubby Bear? Zoe asks sweetly, batting her eyelashes. Rumi flushes a little at the pet name, and she scratches at the side of her cheek and looks around the Airbnb while she answers. I was going to ask if you wanted something to eat. I could order in for you or go out, really. Zoe gasps and she presses down harder on Mira's mouth. Mira, oddly enough, only exhales hard through her nose and says nothing more. Joe's Pizza! Zoe exclaims. Pizza time! Rumi tilts her head and pouts in thought. Cute little puppy, Zoe thinks. Who's Joe? Some guy from Spider-Man. I don't know, Zoe says offhandedly. She presses against Mira to lean closer to Rumi some more. Can we? You don't ever have to beg with me, Agi. Rumi promises. You know I'll always give you whatever you want. Zoe loves and hates and loves that her first train of thought was, oh, that's good to know. It's okay, Zoe. That was also my first train of thought. Good to know for what? Jeez. Listen. Fanfiction has corrupted our brains. Rumi pulls out her phone. She taps on her keyboard for a moment, then informs Zoe and a very suspiciously quiet Mira, there's a Joe's Pizza about 15 minutes from here if we take the subway again. Do you want to get it now? Zoe moves her hand away from Mira and looks down at her with an apologetic smile. Are you getting hungry, Mimi? She asks. But Mimi is, as it appears, out of commission. She's not panting hard, but she's breathing hard enough that Zoe can tell that something's happened. And she's looking up at Zoe with that odd look in her eyes that she only gets when she sees a good plot twist in the K-drama that they're watching together. There's saliva stuck to the inside of her mouth, and in every way that warrants it. Mira is dazed. Zoe cocks her head to the side. The fuck does she do to Mira too? Oh, she looks hungry, Rumi says quickly. That seems to snap Mira out of her trance. She looks over her shoulder to glare, and Rumi defensively says, Relax, I'm just saying what's on your mind. What kind of pizza are you hungry for? Zoe asks lightly. What pizza? Mira asks, Mira is hungry for other things. Oh, she's hungry. All right. Nah, forget Zoe. Mira is getting a kink awakening. We gotta build it up. Mira fell deep into subspace there. Someone enjoys a little breath play. Okay. Rumi snorts, then hides it in a cough and a brief comment about, we should turn on the air purifier in here. Oh, Mira says with a blink. I mean, I'm fine with whatever you two get. I was just going to get cheese, Rumi admits. Can we add extra cheese and meatballs and onions? Zoe asks, girl, anything you want is Rumi's automatic response. Did you just hear what Zoe said? Just get a freaking meatball sub at that point. It makes Zoe grin. Then Mira clears her throat and she tells them, go get it without me. I'm not. She punctuates it with a very unconvincing cough into her fist. Feeling well. Zoe eyes her suspiciously. I thought you told me that you got over your cold. It's coming back. Mira deadpans. I don't think colds can. Mira's eyebrow twitches. It's hardly anything as frightening as a glare, but Zoe has learned to accustom herself to her best friend's facial expressions and subtle twitches to know that she's practically conveying, holy shit, I'm trying to do you a favor now, please shut up. I don't want you to, Zoe tries to convey back with her tight lips. I'm going to kill you, says Mira's twitchy eyebrow. I'll kill you back, says Zoe's puffed out cheeks. Hey, Rumi, Mira calls out, looking over her shoulder again. She puts her hands on Zoe's hips, and she realizes too late that it's meant as a quick apology. Did you know that Zoe used to brush her teeth every day too? Zoe slams her hand so quickly over Mira's mouth that Mira makes an odd noise in the back of her throat. It morphs into a muffled laugh before Zoe can think too hard about it. Hey, what time do you want to go to Joe's? Zoe happily exclaims. Rumi gives them both a confused but happy smile. Would an hour be all right? We can go earlier if you want. I just thought you'd like some time to relax. She would, in fact, like to lie down a bit. All good with me. If you need me, I'll just be unpacking and maybe snoozing. Zoe shouts, a little too loud, and she's up on her feet and bouncing into the bedroom. She can hear Rumi and Mira's muffled conversation while she unzips her luggage and organizes her things. She hears Mira shout and ask if they could borrow her Switch. And she shouts back that they have as much fun that they have as much fun as they'd like. Unpacking clothes for a 4-day trip doesn't take too much time, thankfully, but it does take quite a lot of hemming and hawing about whether she should put her jackets up next to Rumi's in the provided closet. It should be an easy thing to say, obviously, too, but it's just hard, she supposes, to feel like it's something she's allowed to do. It's almost sacrilegious to put her $20 Hot Topic jacket next to Rumi's probably super duper expensive jackets. It might put her germs or moths or carelessness all over Rumi's. Girl. She feels the same way whenever she forgets herself and touches Rumi's arm, too. Eventually, Zoe puts her big boy pants on and hangs them up. If Rumi had a problem with it, she would tell her. Unless Rumi just purses her lips when she knows and holds the grudge forever, and she tells Mira how weird she thinks Zoe is behind her back for years without saying anything. And Zoe thinks, for the next few years, that she's closer to Rumi than she thinks she is, and that Rumi actually thinks she's a big loser and that she was just a big, stupid idiot for thinking that someone like Rumi would ever actually do anything but pity friend her. And Zoe blinks the thoughts away as she crashes onto the mattress. Girl, see a therapist. Girl, see a therapist. You need to talk this shit out. Oh my God. At least the mattress doesn't have any weird springs poking into her back. She spreads her arms on either side of the bed and stares up at the ceiling. What if she just tells Rumi that she can sleep on the floor instead? It's a pretty small bed. She doesn't want to make Rumi uncomfortable, especially since she's here to catch up on work she missed to take care of her. Sleeping on the floor is the least she could do for the things that Rumi's done for her. Zoe spends the next 15 minutes doing her favorite activity, bed rot. She shimmies herself into the blankets, all cozied up in some pajamas that she threw on, and she looks up places to go in New York. She scrolls through a bunch of videos that start with, "Come with me as I take you to the best sushi restaurants to go with your boyfriend in New York," and loses herself in all the recommendations. She chews on her hoodie string while she scrolls through her phone. Pictures of the giant whale at a museum intrigue her. Zoe, go to the American Museum of Natural History. The giant wheel at the AMNH? Hmm? Hmm? Zoe! I was literally I was with like Dino at the Natural History Museum. Take Zoe to the Natural Museum of History. I see you, Jay. Yay! Yay, I got what I wanted. I got what I asked for, and I'm happy about it. Oh, that's really cute. Museums have always been a favorite of hers. Something about reading off plaques and learning more about the history of shoes or dinosaurs or anything of the sort always gets her excited. She conjures up the image of Rumi's New York schedule in her head, and she wonders if maybe the three of them could have time to stop by after they walk through Times Square. Walk through Times Square. Ugh, hell on earth. Would that be too needy of her? She knows that Rumi is here almost strictly for work. The only reason they're even stopping at a few landmarks is for her. They'd insisted on seeing her have fun, even though she wants that experience for them just as much. Would it be too much of her to ask Rumi, to shift things around just because she wants something? In the other room, Zoe hears muffled gameplay. It makes her smile, even if the wariness still sits in her stomach like a stone. If she had to guess, they're either playing Zelda or Mario Kart. Mira doesn't like to play games as much as they do, but if they're playing something together, they probably picked out a relaxing game from her library to unwind before. Wait, she knows those voices anywhere. And the grunting SFX, but most importantly, the voices, because Zoe shoots up in bed and hits her toe on the corner of her open luggage. She hisses, but she fights through the pain to wrench the door open with a shoulder. With the urgency of a person still in love with the bride at a wedding who needs to violently object before the love of their life ties the knot, Zoe screams, "Stop!" Startled, they panic pause the game. They whip their heads around to look at her, wide-eyed and confused. Zoe jabs a finger at the pause screen. "You can't play that game," she blurts out. Her hand is still clutched around the doorknob. "I've seen the strongest people break up because of it, like even married couples or besties sharing cat custody. I had streamer oomps who aren't talking to each other anymore because of the hammer." Zoom, slow down, Mira says with a slightly nervous chuckle. "What happened?" "The game!" Zoe reiterates. "Stop playing the game! I care about you both and I don't want to lose you two!" "It takes two," Rumi finishes, squinting at the title on the TV. What's so bad about it? Is there like a gaming curse or something? Like about the Lavender Town thing that you were telling us about on the plane? "Ooh, Lavender Town," Zoe says happily. "Remind me to finish the creepypasta about that. But also, like, not really. It's not cursed or anything. I just think it wouldn't be a good idea to play it, especially between the two of you." It makes her wince when her words come out odd. It's true. It's true though. I've never seen It Takes Two. I'm gonna look it up real quick. It Takes Two game. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I mean, it looks cute. Lavender immediately TC3. um okay. It's true though. It would have been incredibly irresponsible of her not to stop them from playing something that would make them snarky at best and fight at worst. She played the game with Rumi for an hour, but she chickened out after that. It was going fine with Rumi, but Rumi was starting to get frustrated with falling off the map so many times, and she didn't want that anger turned on or something like that. Besides that time with Rumi, it's just been collecting dust in her Switch library. She and Mira had played the other game from the company a month ago, but It Takes Two felt like a can of worms that she couldn't wrench open by herself. What if they start fighting again while they're on this trip? What if Mira stops being friends with her again? What if Rumi stops talking to her because she didn't do a good job keeping them together? What if well, that hasn't happened with us, Rumi promises. I mean, we've been playing it on and off for the past 2 weeks and it's been fine. Zoe tilts her head at them. Fine? She echoes. Mira snorts. Wow, Rumi, you think playing with me is just fine? Rumi hits her with a pillow. You know what I meant, she hisses. But yeah, Mira drawls, ignoring the assault with a grin on her face. Why? Is there something that comes up in the game? We're only halfway through, but you'd know better than us. Well, no, Zoe squeaks. I was just worried, that's all. You guys didn't fight? Once? Even the healthiest lovey-dovey ooms she knows have bickered at least once. Rumi cocks her head to the side and scratches her cheek to think. I mean, there have been a few times Mira made fun of me for falling. Mira snorts and Rumi kicks her leg. But other than that, not really. It's not like we have anything to really fight over. We just have to tell each other what to do, Mira says with a shrug. It's not that hard, just talking to each other. Funny how easy things can be when you talk it out, huh? Zoe deadpans. Rumi raises her eyebrows. What do you mean? Nothing, Zoe says quickly. She steps out from the doorway to squint at the TV screen. But that's really impressive. How are you guys liking the game? It's been fun. I want to try playing it with you again, Rumi says lightly, and Zoe's heart does a little pancake flip. Except there was that one time Mira told me to get out of the room when an elephant showed up during a cutscene. Hey, why did you? Aren't you guys supposed to be going to Joe's Pizza soon? Mira asks, loud and quick. Oh! Zoe bounces on her heels in excitement. What does that mean? What does the elephant mean? Sorry, I don't know this game. What does the elephant mean? Is that a Mira thing? Is that a Mira thing? The elephant. So, okay, there is a thing with the elephant. I just don't know the game. Oh no, I have no idea. Okay, good. I'm not the only one lost. Thank you. It's so loud in here. Okay. Wait, I completely lost my. Okay. Oh, Zoe bounces on her heels in excitement. We are. Rumi, can we go now? Can we? I'll do anything to try Joe's Pizza. Why do you want to try it so badly? Rumi muses. Aren't there Joe's Pizzas in Cali? I swear to God, I passed in Hollywood. It's not the same, Zoe insists. She tugs at Rumi's shoulder. Come on, please. Okay, Rumi says with a laugh. She hands the Switch controller over to Mira, who's already navigating through the menu to pick another game to play. I'll call a taxi while you get ready. Taking the subway is fine, but it's cheaper, Zoe whines. Don't take the easy ways out in life, you know? She thinks about Rumi's perspective for a moment, though. Then she quickly adds, unless you're worried that someone might recognize you, which I get, obs, so we can take the subway if it makes you happy, Rumi offers. Zoe blinks. Oh, sure. Which is how Zoe's back in the bedroom, trying to find the nicest, chicest fit to wear to get some bomb pizza from one of her favorite movies of all time with one of her favorite people of all time. It doesn't take her very long, and by the time she reappears in the living room, Rumi's waiting for her by the door, hands in her coat pockets and a shy little smile that gets her nervous heart racing all over again. Do you think we can grab gelato after we get the pizza? Zoe blurts out. She could at least give it a shot, even though she knows the answer is probably going to be no. I saw it in a TikTok while I was in bed. It's not far, but if you don't, I don't mind, Rumi tells her simply. She holds the door for Zoe. Whatever you want is yours, remember? Zoe beams at her, and Rumi smiles back. It's the sweet kind of smile. Before rests her head over the back of the sofa and says to Rumi, teasing and sing-songy, Mandilon, Mandilon, Wananami, Mandilon, 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 Min. That's so funny. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. The term mandilon is often used in Spanish speaking cultures to refer to a man who is perceived as submissive of or overly dependent on his partner. She called her a bottom. She called her a bottom in Spanish. I mean, Rumi, slightly pink in the face, grabs Mira's face with her palm to push her away. They can still hear Mira's laughing and laughing, even through the closed door. The city that never sleeps hums around them. Granted, it wouldn't even be sleeping right now with how bright the afternoon sun shines down on them, but Zoe likes the sentiment anyway. She likes that everything around them moves faster than back home, how everyone picks up the pace when they walk down the street, and how the honks of horns feel like a nudge towards moving on. Great, we can immerse ourselves in the soundscape will finally be helpful to the stream. Boyfriend Rumi! Exactly. Zoe falls in step with Rumi by her side. It's cold. I'm gonna put this like this. It's a little cold. Oh my god, I completely lost my. It's a little cold, so she shivers and presses closer into Rumi's arm when a breeze passes by. Her lack of a scarf makes her scrunch up her neck, and Rumi chuckles next to her in that I told you so kind of way. To shut her up, Zoe slips her hand into Rumi's pockets. She feels for Rumi's hand inside, and she intertwines them together. Rumi's giant, expensive coat can hold both of their hands well enough. She gives Rumi's hand a gentle squeeze. Is this okay? She murmurs to her, partly teasing, but mostly because she really, really hopes that it is. She still doesn't know what things she can and can't do with Rumi. They've known each other for a while now, sure, but Rumi still feels like a surprise, like the constant nervous and excited butterflies of a first date. But every single day and with every smile that Rumi gives her. Rumi answers her by squeezing her hand back, warm, with her thumb rubbing over Zoe's soft skin. She looks down at Zoe with that gorgeous smile of hers, still walking and still smiling. Of course, sweet pea, she says softly, like it was never a question to begin with. The subway ride to Joe's is a lot better now that they don't have to worry about carrying their luggage around. They don't have to worry about shouting out apologies for accidentally slapping someone with a check-in bag that was grossly over the weight limit at the airport. It wasn't even that. And getting in and out feels much smoother and quicker without it. The musician who busks down there with a saxophone plays a beautiful tune that Zoe bobs her head to. They watch for a while to pass the time, and they clap whenever the others around them clap. While the saxophonist plays a second tune, are they gonna dance? While the saxophonist plays a second tune, something more light and jaunty than the softness of the last, Zoe looks up and nearly startles when she notices that Rumi is already looking at her with that pretty, pretty smile and the pink on her cheeks. What? Zoe asks, incredulous, laughing a little. Rumi shrugs, but her smile grows at Zoe's laugh. Nothing, she says. I just think you're really cute when you listen to other people play. Zoe scrunches her brow. I listen to people play like a normal person. Rumi shakes her head. No, you don't. Other people kind of tune music out in the background so they can do other things, like talk or play pool. No, she explains, her voice quiet with its vulnerability. You always listen when you hear music. I can tell because you like to bob your head or move your lips. It's cute. Zoe exhales in amusement. You do the same thing, but you do it cuter. Rumi only replies, confident and genuine, and Zoe startles at how quick she is to retort with it. They don't have to ruminate on it for long, though. When the floor beneath them starts to quietly rumble, Rumi takes her hand and doesn't let go as they shuffle into the train with a dozen other New Yorkers. No one takes notice of Rumi, with her hair tucked in a cap and a mask that she wears. And no one takes notice of Choi Zoe, who is much too small and insignificant for such a big city. And for girls like Rumi, she's sure. And for girls like Rumi, she's sure. Girl, no. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. At least Rumi is chivalrous with her regardless of how small she feels in the Big Apple. She slides her hand over Zoe's waist as soon as the doors close, and Zoe realizes why the split second of the train lurches them forward. She nearly falls with the momentum, but Rumi tugs her back by the belt and keeps her flush against her. Zoe pretends that her heart doesn't stutter or flip whenever Rumi holds her waist a little tighter or leans in close to whisper where they are in her ear. She does, however, let herself giggle out loud whenever Rumi murmurs to her in Korean about the interesting people around them. Light, sarcastic comments that make her laugh to herself. From the way that Rumi's eyes crinkle at the corners whenever Zoe giggles under her breath, she's probably doing it on purpose. For her. Rumi's body is soft and warm during the entire train ride, like a teddy bear. A few stops later, they're back above ground and in the glare of the outside world. The streets are narrow, and Zoe is almost certain that the buildings around them are leaning in close together. Are they taking the 7 or something? Now I'm thinking of which train they're taking. um, Leaning in close together. Oh, they're above ground, as in they're not in the subway. Okay. It's trippy to be walking down these streets, but Rumi doesn't hesitate to take her hand when they're surrounded by other people sharing the sidewalk with them. It grounds her and it keeps her from straying too far from Rumi. Joe's Pizza is just around the corner. She can tell from the glowing red sign that she knows Mira would miss, even with her glasses on. She points excitedly at it, and she exclaims, "Look, look, we're here! They should rename it to Zoe's Pizza, TBH. It sounds so much nicer that way." I think so too, Rumi says. But Zoe disregards it, because, of course, Rumi would agree with that. There isn't an egregious line today at Joe's Pizza. They're in and out. God, she already misses in and out in less than half an hour. And Zoe notices that Rumi pressed way too many zeros into the machine when it flashed her the tip screen. She hopes Joe and the other people working at Joe's Pizza have a nice day meeting one of the most stupidly rich people in New York right now. Zoe opens up the box when they slip out of the store. She takes a big, deep breath in and exhales dreamily. Rumi laughs. Everything that you could ever have imagined and more? Rumi teases. Absolutely, Zoe tells her happily. Here we go. Here we go. It's the word that I've been seeing everywhere. Okay, Jaime. We're at it. Absolutely, Zoe tells her happily. I 6'7" you only have never smelled pizza this good before. Do you think they deliver it to California? If they don't, they will, Rumi promises. Which is an ominous thing to say, but Zoe gives it a pass because she's way too happy about getting her dream pizza. Do you think Mira is gonna get mad at me if I take a slice right now and eat it? Zoe muses. Pizza's better when it's hot, right? And I don't know if I trust the oven in the Airbnb to be like functional. Rumi barks out a laugh. I wouldn't either, she says, amused. And I doubt she would be. She'd want you to eat as much as you want. Hey, you can't assume things about people, Zoe gently chides. What if she gets really hurt and she runs back to Korea because she thinks that we betrayed her by eating? Zoe, just eat the pizza. Rumi groans. She tugs at Zoe's arm. Look, there's empty tables next door. She'll probably forgive you for your sins if I send her pictures of you with the cheese pull. Zoe gratefully takes the offer. She bounces over to a table and raises her eyebrows in surprise when Rumi pulls out the chair for her. Rumi pulls out the chair for her and dusts off the seat and takes the pizza box from her hands to place it on the table and beams at her in the way that dogs do when they herd the sheep right. It makes Zoe snort under her breath. Rumi's smile falls by a few inches. What? Nothing, nothing, Zoe says quickly, but the teasing is still present in her voice. She pretends to curtsy at Rumi, then says, Thank you, Gongjunim. Rumi makes an offended noise in the back of her throat. You know, it's bad enough that Mira says it. I don't need you to start saying it too. As if you don't like it, Zoe says with a giggle. She flips open the pizza box and takes the biggest slice she can find. You should try one with me. It wouldn't feel right if you just watched me eat. I watch you eat all the time, Rumi admits. What, do you like mukbangs that much? Zoe jokes. No, Rumi says. Just you. Zoe stuffs half of the giant pizza slice into her mouth to stop herself from making any stupid noise. She nearly chokes on it, but worth it. As a partial apology, or maybe because the smell of the pizza has finally gotten to her, Rumi takes a slice with a chuckle and gives it a good, big bite. If 15-year-old Zoe knew that she went from watching Rumi's videos and reading her Sunbeam updates to eating pizza with her in New York, she would have died on the spot and then come back to life to experience it all over again. And knowing the things she knows about Rumi now, the home life part of her and not the idol on the stage part, makes eating a slice of pizza with her all the more worth it. Like the fact that Rumi likes to nibble at the corners of her pizza crust before she eats the entire thing. Girl, she's just like me. She's just like me. I eat my crust first. Or that Rumi doesn't have a gag reflex. Or that Rumi doesn't have a gag reflex. Oh, lovely reference. Lovely reference to the movie. Awesome. That means nothing. And that she uses it primarily for eating burritos and gimbap as a party trick. Or that sometimes Rumi gets tempted to stomp in rain puddles whenever she sees them. Okay. Adion! Rumi the friend is so much nicer to know than Rumi the idol. A surprise tool that will help us later. Hey, you get it. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. I can't. She's so much prettier like this. Zoe likes her so much more like this. Why are you pouting? Rumi asks her, amused. Because I want to take another slice, Zoe whines, draping herself over the table and groaning loudly. But I can't take another one because Mira is going to kill me and then probably you and then herself. It's not too late to go back inside and get another pizza, Rumi points out. Zoe pulls a face. But then I'll have to fight you about paying for it all over again and you'll win. Again. She huffs and leans back in her chair with her arms crossed unhappily. How do you and Mira win? Oh my god. How do you and Mira always win Gawi Bawi Bo without me? She mutters, mostly to herself. Is there like a meta to it? Something like that. Rumi says quickly. Is that like a game of I'm gonna look up what that is. Is it? Oh, it's rock, paper, scissors. It's rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Rachel, control yourself. Wait, what did Rachel say? Rumi loves BJs. It's rock, paper, scissors. Gawi, bawi, bo. Is there like a meta to it? Something like that, Rumi says quickly. She clears her throat and puts her phone face down on the table. Mira just texted, by the way. She says that you look cute, as always, when you eat. You sent the pic to her already? Zoe asks, surprised. Can I see? Do I look ugly? I better not be mid-blink again. You weren't, Rumi says with a laugh. You'll see it when we get home. That and the other pictures I took of you. You took pictures of me? Zoe tilts her head. When? The entire day. Rumi says, like it's the most casual thing she could ever say. I took lots of pictures of you playing with the remote on the plane, and then you looking at the menu inside the pizzeria. Probably more. That's a little baffling to hear. All her life, Zoe's never really been one to be in front of the camera. She's always been the one that people ask to take photos for them. A lot of pictures on Instagram from high school are group photos where she's cropped out because she was at the corners. The photographer and never the portrait. She was okay with that. But that doesn't make the pop rocks in her stomach feel any less pop rocky. Rumi reads the expression on her face well enough. Her smile is apologetic. Do you want me to delete them? She offers. Zoe shakes her head. No, no, she says quickly, scratching at her jeans under the table. I just don't remember you taking them. I know, Rumi admits sheepishly. I take pictures of you when you're not looking. Why? I think you're the prettiest when you're looking at pretty things, Rumi admits softly. Jesus, she cannot be here sober. So, gelato? She asks, too loudly. Thankfully, Rumi doesn't question it. She just smiles that pretty, shy smile at her, and she helps Zoe flip the pizza box and clean up their chairs. I'm going to take a mini break because I've been reading for a while. Rumi hits so good in this chapter. I agree. And my lips are so dry right now. When you talk for 3.5 hours, I'll do that to you. Gelato scene. A mousecatool. Listen, here's my justification for eating the crust first. The crust is fun and all, but it's the blandest part of the pizza. I can just eat that first, and I can still hold the pizza from underneath. I don't really need the crust to hold it. I can hold it like from underneath, and I can enjoy the actual good part of the pizza later. Wait, Artie, please look at my rock, paper, scissors. Oh, God. Let's see. Where are you? More like scissors, scissors, scissors. Yeah, exactly. Get stuffed crust, easy fix. Stuffed crust, too expensive. Stuffed crust, too expensive. Yeah. I'll get my normal ass pizza and eat the crust first. Thank you. Then you're not having the correct. Listen, I do like crust, and I do have good crust. It's not the fault of the crust. It's just that the pizza part of the pizza is always better. I do know that stuffed crust would be so. I don't think I've ever had. Have I? No, I just lied. I'm pretty sure I have had stuffed crust, but I don't. If I'm just having a pizza for having a pizza, I'm probably having normal ass pizza. For those who don't know the elephant scene, the two main characters team up to destroy their daughter's stuffed elephant toy in hopes that it'll turn them back to normal. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I understand Mira now. I understand why she didn't want. I want to make a stuff joke, but I won't. We are reading Gimme That Candy Floss, chapter 24. Also, I'm gonna take this off. I want to keep it on for the New York of it all, but I think I'm gonna take it off and maybe just wear my Huntrick shirt. I'll just wear my Huntrick shirt. Ooh. It got real hot in here. Huntrick shirt. Yeehaw. Oh, okay. This is so much nicer. Okay. Hi, I'm back. Artie, don't die of heat stroke during a winter storm. Here's the thing. Our boiler was off for like days. And then yesterday they fixed it and now it's overheating again. It's so hot in this room. I made stuffed crust pizza and stuffed the crust with taco things. That actually sounds really good. That sounds really good. Okay, I'll drink this and then continue. My cold ass yucha chow. Still tastes good. Okay. They clean up their chairs. She even swipes up the box from the table before Zoe can get to it. She holds it high above Zoe's head when she tries to grab it and laughs that really pretty laugh when Zoe still can't reach it. It's the kind of laugh where she snorts and snickers. It's Zoe's favorite laugh of hers. As promised, the gelato place is only about a 10-minute walk, or 8 minutes, according to the app on Rumi's phone. Zoe smushes her cheek on Rumi's strong shoulder while they double check the directions, only because she can and because she wants the 15-year-old version of herself to cry rage tears of envy. To pass the time, Zoe tries to fill the space. So, are you excited for your meeting later tonight? She asks casually. Rumi glances at her from the corner of her eye, then looks back ahead. She hums, noncommittal. Most meetings are boring, though. After your 500th one, you kind of just let yourself flow through it. It's for a song collab, right? She asks curiously. Am I allowed to ask which artist? Is there like an NDA involved? Are you going to get shot in the back if you tell me? Yes, there's an NDA, Rumi says with a laugh. But it's you. I would tell you anything anyway. Zoe doesn't. I saw the collab. Oh, Zoe doesn't think that she would find herself swooning at that of all things, but she is. So, who? Mamamoo, Mamamoo, Mamamoo. Mamamoo Rumi collab would eat so hard. That's crazy. Mamamoo, Rumi answers casually. You probably don't know them. I like their music though, so I'm kind of glad I didn't pass. Mamamoo! Zoe squeaks out. Like, girl, we're talking about Mamamoo. If it weren't for all the people flowing around them, she would have stopped in her tracks to shake Rumi by the shoulders or neck. I'm sorry, you almost passed on Mamamoo? I'm gonna send this to my Mamamoo stan fan. Fun fact about me, the only K-pop concert that I've been to that I paid for was a Huiyin concert that I went to with my friend. So I do really like Mamamoo. Let me send this to her through Instagram. Mamamoo they're so good. I love them. The way you reacted exactly the same as I'm like, Mamamoo, girl, are we in the same dimension? Are we living the same life? Like, apparently not. Julia, here you go. Mamamoo reference in this fic? Who would have thunk? Here you go, Julia. I love bothering my friend about this fic. Oh god, they do have a comeback. They do have a comeback this year. It's gonna be crazy. Anyway. Rumi glances at her in confusion and mostly concern. Well, I needed to be in Burbank to take care of you, so she stammers. Rumi! Something in her voice gets Rumi to clamp up. If you told me that you passed up on collabing with freaking Mamamoo because you were too busy cooking japchae for me at my house, I would have choked you. You know that, right? And not in the fun way. Good thing that I'm still collabing? Rumi squeaks. Very good, Zoe accuses. She scrunches her forehead in displeasure. What the hell, Rumi? If I was the reason that you couldn't sing with Mamamoo, I would have jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge. Like, hi, genuinely right now. That makes Rumi laugh. Well, you don't have to, she defends. That's 80% of the reason why we're here. What's the other 20%? Zoe asks curiously. Promotion, mostly, Rumi says with a shrug. Everyone thinks that I'm on vacation between my comebacks right now, and I still want them to think so. Bobby just thought it would be a good idea to show my face at an event or two so people didn't, I don't know, die between now and a couple months from now. I'd keep people from digging into me. That's smart, Zoe says, nodding her head. I hope it isn't too hard on you, she adds genuinely. It isn't, Rumi promises. Promos are probably at the bottom of the barrel for effort from me. Maybe mid tier if people keep trying to talk to me. People who keep talking and talking and talking are so ugh. She looks up at the sky to groan. Zoe giggles. She almost agrees until she realizes that Rumi could very well be talking about her. I knew she would think that. She's not talking about you. She's not talking about. She's not talking about you, Zoe. They've always spent a night or two or three playing video games together over the phone or talking the night and day with the time difference. Talking the night and day with the time difference away back when Rumi was still in Korea. But Zoe had often been the convo carrier. She still is, now that she thinks about it. 80% of their conversation, then and now, consists of her talking Rumi's ear off and Rumi humming along to her words. She really does talk too much. If she keeps talking, she might drive people away again. But Rumi is obnoxiously good at reading her expressions nowadays. She sees it, and a small frown forms on her face. I didn't mean you, she says softly. Not you. I like listening to you talk. You don't know how long that's gonna last, Zoe wants to tell her. But she doesn't want to be a Debbie Downer, so she clears her throat. What's the craziest thing you've seen in Times Square? I always wanted to talk to those people in Elmo costumes. Rumi's staring at her again. The look on her face is curious. I really do like talking to you, Zoe, she admits. What, even when I talk about epaulette? Even when I talk about epaulette sharks for 6 hours straight in your ear? Zoe teases. It's mostly a joke. Mostly. Speaking of jokes, let Artie not be a joke again and commit an Artie and plug her fucking phone. You are alive. I caught it at 4%. I caught it at 4%. Yeah. Um, of course, Rumi says. Honestly, I think you should tell me things more. Most could argue that I tell you too much, Zoe points out. In fact, she would argue that. They wait at a crosswalk. Rumi looks back at her and says, "And I say that you don't tell me enough." Zoe raises her eyebrows. I don't really know whether or not you're doing a bit because I really do talk way too much when I get too excited, she half warns. That gentle smile is back on Rumi's face again. I know, she says softly. I wish you did it more. I only ever see you talk that much with Mira. Then the crosswalk chirps, and Rumi adds, as if the moving crowd around them has spurred her on, I didn't even get to spend time with you alone the first time I came to see you. All I ever wanted was to know you. She looks away, looks ahead, like she hadn't spilled such a tangible secret. I I still crave it. Want it. I mean, even though I know that you don't owe me, I guess. That hits like an ice spike into Zoe's heart, cold and sobering from head to toe. She swallows. She slips her hand back into Rumi's coat pocket. It's Rumi who grabs her fingers and laces them together. Rumi has a point. Zoe cherishes every moment she gets with Rumi. Every call and game that they play is time well spent to her, and she still re-watches the clips of them playing through the festivals in Stardew Valley. She watches the clock to make sure she's right on time to play games or to personally stream her a speed run of Zelda when Rumi gets ready for bed. Moments with Rumi, even through a screen, have been moments that she loves just as much as the days she gets to drive around SoCal with Mira. Neither of those are superior to the other. They mean just as much to her as the other. And yet, now that they're here together, walking down the streets of busy New York, it also makes her feel, well, would lucky be the right word? She knows she's lucky to be the one walking with Rumi, but she also knows that it's scary. Like waiting in line for a big roller coaster, scary and exhilarating and nerve wracking and fun all at the same time. Despite being there for every interview and crappy iPhone recording of Rumi's shows, she really doesn't know much about Rumi. She knows a lot about Rumi, the sunlight idol, and the princess, but not Rumi. the girl who lights up when she tells her about black pork and godongogui. She may know that Rumi likes tigers and that her favorite color is green blue, but she wants to know more. She wants to know her so much more. She wants to know what makes her tick and how to make it stop. She wants to know the curves of her heart and which valves strain at which words. Desperately, sometimes. Sometimes that urge to pull back the curtain on Rumi to peek at what lies inside her heart hurts her chest so much that she nearly just sits Rumi down to ask. But Zoe has always felt like she needed to earn it, even now. So she starts with serving her heart on a silver platter for Rumi first, to see if her face twists as at the taste. Then she'll go from there. That is such a good sentence. I'm gonna read that again. She starts with serving her heart on a silver platter for Rumi first to see if her face twists at the taste. Then she'll go from there. Banger. Do you remember? Okay, 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 okay. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, cool, 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 cool. Okay. I'm back at the building, bitch. I'm back at the building. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Do you remember those 34 questions you asked me and Mira last week? Zoe asks her curiously. 36, Rumi corrects. And yeah, of course I do. Ask me questions again, Zoe tells her softly. Any questions you want, the kind that haunt you at night or whatevs, and I'll answer them. Rumi. So they did all the questions. So we got confirmation that they did all the questions. Ah, great. So chill. Rumi eyes her suspiciously, but Zoe just squeezes her hand in her coat pocket. You don't have. If I really don't want to answer it, I won't, Zoe avows. But I probably will. So ask away, Magic Man. Rumi huffs out a laugh. Are you sure? Positive like a pregnancy test. She chirps. Then winces. God, can she be normal? No, don't be normal, Zoe. Don't be normal. 36, 36. I flinch like a war veteran whenever I hear 36 now. Add it to the triggers. Positive like a pregnancy test. But it makes Rumi laugh, at least. So that's a big plus. Then Rumi asks, do you regret moving with your dad? A slightly heavy question, but Zoe did say that she was open to any and all questions. And just from the couple months they've known each other, Zoe knows that Rumi likes deep talks that go from sunrise to sunset. Sometimes I think I do, she admits quietly. It almost surprises her when it comes out. If I hadn't moved, who knows where Mira and I would be, you know? She laughs, mostly to herself. The scenarios are too fun not to entertain when she's having trouble sleeping. So many variables, so many scenarios. Ones where Mira might be her girlfriend, the girl she goes to prom with, the girl who breaks her heart, or the girl who rubs her back while she cries over her fifth situationship. But the constant is that Mira would have been in her life in some capacity or another. But I think I still would have done it again, Zoe continues, an answer just as baffling as its beginning. Appa means a lot to me. So does my mom, but he needed me. He'd never say it out loud, but I know that he's grateful I came. It's nice to feel needed. Rumi hums in agreement. He's a very lucky man to have a daughter like you. Zoe elbows her lightly. Very lucky is stretching it, I think, she teases. Pretty sure he regrets his choice not to use a condom whenever I scream too loud on stream. Huffing out a laugh, Rumi says, well, beggars can't be choosers. Damn right, she chirps. What else? Rumi stays quiet for a beat, like she's recalibrating her ideas as they cross another street. Then, You never let me and Mira meet your other friends. That one, Zoe will admit, hurts like a knife to the throat. Swallowing it down is hard, and she hates that she doesn't hide it on her face fast enough because Rumi's face falls. This was a bad idea, Rumi says quickly. No, seriously, it's fine, Zoe says, just as quickly. She clears her throat, then it's because I don't really have friends besides you and Mira and Jinu, I guess. Rumi tilts her head. What about the classmates that always text you? Or the streamers you play with? Is that jealousy I hear? Zoe teases. Shut up, Rumi groans. It was a genuine question. And the genuine answer is Zoe looks up at the sky to think this one through. No one really cares enough about her brain to pry it open, so it's taking her some time to readjust. She ends up answering, like they're friends, I guess, but not friends like I am with you and Mira, you know? Like I wouldn't, you know. She makes vague hand motions, but it's the closest she can get to explaining what she means. Like yes, she'd made friends before. She had friends in high school and she has friends in the streaming sphere now. Zoe dipped her toes into practically every friend group in high school. She meshed with the band kids as much as she did with the Mary Jane kids. She's gotten calls at 2 a.m. from people wanting advice from her or needing to vent about their boyfriends more times than she can count. She's listened and joked and showed up whenever anyone needed her, whenever they asked for it, no matter if they never picked up her calls or answered her when she needed them. She knows how to be liked and how to utilize it. She's good at being pleasant with everyone and being there, but she doubts she starred another oh my god, but she doubts she's starred under anyone's phone or the first choice to drive around New York. Everyone's friend and no one's best friend. She just doesn't know how to dump all of that on Rumi when they're so close to the gelato place. But Rumi looks at her with an expression she's never seen before, odd, and making her feel as warm as the hand in hers. And she says, I get it. I'm like that too. Hearing it lifts the weight off her chest. God, she feels so much lighter somehow. She doesn't even know why. You can probably ask me one more question before we get there, Zoe points out, jerking her chin towards the end of the road. I mean, if you want. Rumi doesn't answer right away. At first, Zoe thinks it's because she is trying to think of something to say. But then Rumi asks, too smoothly to be something she hadn't thought of a million times before, do you think your mom likes you? It catches her off guard. Sorry, Rumi says quickly, blinking her own surprise out of her eyes. I didn't mean, I just want to ask because you aren't close to her, so I just wanted to know. Zoe squeezes her hand in Rumi's pocket. Can I tell you something? Zoe whispers. Anything, Rumi tells her. I don't think she does, Zoe admits. I know that she loves me, though, but that's enough for me. Not everyone is lucky enough to feel loved by a mom. I know I'm lucky enough to be. So why would she ever complain about anything more? She can't read the expression on Rumi's face when she turns away. She knows it isn't a deliberate stone wall because Rumi is opening a door, letting the scent of chilled desserts and fruit hit her nose. Zoe quickly forgets about the conversation when she sees the rows upon rows of gelato. Her mouth waters, and she tugs Rumi over to show her what they look like. There's macarons with the gelato, too. The worker behind the counter is ringing up a couple. He wishes them well in Spanish, and the couple waves him a happy goodbye. What flavor are you getting? She asks Rumi in excitement. Do you think I should get peach or mango or, oh my god, do you know what sounds really good? Peach mango! Or her eyes flicker over to the poster near the tubs of ice cream. That happens to be my two favorite fruits. So, Zoe, we're like this. It makes every word resting on her tongue disappear like warm snowflakes on pavement. The gelato place is apparently doing a promo for the owner's anniversary. Couples get one small cup of free gelato. Okay, angst over though. Time for gelato. Couples get one small cup of free gelato. Granted. Oh, is this where the snippet comes in? I think this is the snippet. I think this is where the snippet comes in. That makes sense in my head. Granted, a small cup isn't the coolest thing in the world, but she elbows Rumi's ribs, and Rumi looks over at Zoe in confusion. Sorry, I spaced out looking at the chocolate touching the Sorry, that was Rumi. Sorry, I spaced out looking at the chocolate touching the mango. Did you say something? Look! Zoe hisses under her breath, pointing at the poster on the glass. Rumi reads it out, then looks back at Zoe in confusion. Eggy, you know I can just get you a large, right? She says, sounding so offended that Zoe almost cackles. In fact, I can buy this store out if you want. If that had come from anyone else's mouth, Zoe would have laughed. But because it was Rumi, Zoe starts to sweat. You don't have to do that, Zoe says quickly. But getting a small for free just for being a couple is something I am not missing out on. How would they even enforce that? Rumi asks, perplexed. Do New Yorkians have a couple card? I mean, don't Koreans have that? Zoe muses out loud. Rumi looks at her, wide-eyed. What? I mean, kinda, Zoe explains, trying her best not to laugh at Rumi's face. She's barely holding it together. There's the matching fits, and the couple rings, and the couple necklaces, right? Or maybe a random ajumma just decides you're a couple and you live off that. Mine does it all the time with my cousins. Well, Rumi strains out. Welcome, the man behind the counter grunts out. What can I do for you guys today? Oh, Zoe squeaks, and Rumi stiffens next to her. The room suddenly feels 50 times colder. Geez, what is it with places and never turning the temperature up? we were here to. She clears her throat and lowers her voice as best as she can. Necklaces. Well, yes. She wraps her arms around Rumi's. Holy fuck, it's still freaking juicy, yummy. Wow, when can I bite it? Stop self-inserting! Stop self-inserting! You're too obvious! Anyways. She wraps her arms around Rumi's. Holy fuck, it's still freaking juicy, yummy. Wow, when can I bite a bicep? Cuddles into her, squeezes, then tells the worker, my hubby and I are celebrating an anniversary today, so we took a trip to New York for the weekend. We were wondering how we could she eyes Rumi for help. Rumi blinks a couple of times like she's forcing her brain to load. Zoe has a few guesses at what Rumi might do next. Maybe she'll shout, oh, so loud and squeaky that Zoe has to turn away to hide a laugh. Maybe she'll start stammering her words and accidentally call Zoe her wife, and the dude will glance at Zoe's bare finger and Rumi's gold ring on the wrong hand, or maybe Rumi's warm hand slides over her waist and tugs her in until she's flush against her hip, like a puzzle piece snapping into place. Our 3rd-year anniversary, actually, Rumi says, and she pulls down her mask to flash the worker such a dashing smile that it ricochets straight into Zoe's jelly knees. She's always wanted to see Hamilton on Broadway. I saved up for years for this trip. This is so funny. Oh, the worker says, eyebrows raised. He seems genuinely impressed. Are you seeing it tonight? Zoe opens her mouth, but Rumi beats her to the punch with a smooth, tomorrow. I'm taking her out for dinner at Manhattan tonight. The worker whistles low. Lucky gal, he says to Zoe. So what flavor can I get you guys today? I'll bump it up to a medium on the house. Zoe looks right at Rumi. Rumi laughs. It's a warm, adoring kind of laugh. One that does funny little things to the valves in Zoe's heart. You're the one who wanted gelato, baby, Rumi teases. Her heart palpitates at the pending. What do you want? Yeah, what do you want? When will it be my turn? Zoe.sc has paused. What do you want? I don't want to eat it alone, Zoe says weakly. I'll eat whatever you're craving, Rumi promises. You already know you're my only craving. Okay. Oh my fucking god, just shoot me in the face and let the rats take me. Peach? Rumi guesses. She tilts her head as the gaze slides down to the gelato. I know you like mango too. A graceful, uh, is the only thing that comes out of Zoe's mouth. Unfazed, Rumi looks back at the gelato worker and croons. Can you split it with peach and mango? My sweet girl can't go one without the other. My chair is going down. Okay. Why is it so hot in the gelato place? Isn't a place for gelato supposed to be cold? Of course, the worker says, and he gets to work scooping. Zoe, for one foolish moment, lets herself breathe again. That should be the worst of it, and the storm should have passed now that the gelato is about to be graced by her loving embrace. But of course, Rumi wouldn't let her get off that easy. Well, not get off, but like pardon, oh god, it's gonna be bad Spanish. Pardon si parezco un poco nerviosa, Rumi says almost under her breath. Sorry if I seem a little nervous. Oh, si mi cielo, lo hace, I think. Oh, si mi cielo lo hace, or if my love does. The worker pauses mid-scoop to look at her. Yeah, it's the snippet. The worker pauses mid-scoop to look at her, surprised. Zoe doesn't know whether she wants to punt Rumi or kiss her. Me preguntaba. He muses. I wondered. Lo siento. Rumi apologizes again. That stupidly lovely smile back on her face. She sucks in a deep breath then, so softly that it sounds freakishly real. Le voy a pedir matrimonio mañana en lo alto del Empire State. Creo que ella puede sentir mis nervios. Zoe almost chokes on her spit. I'm proposing to her on top of Empire State tomorrow. I think she can sense my nerves. She wants to be hit with another car. Oh, this idiot, she hisses to herself. She's covering for them for their fidgeting when they don't even need to. The dude's already handing them the gelato. Te deseo la mejor de las suertes, he says sincerely. I wish you the best of luck. Si sirve de algo, se ven totalmente enamorados el uno del otro. If it helps, you two look incredibly in love with each other. Zoe has to choke back her. ¿Qué carajo quieres decir? Decir? ¿Qué carajo quieres decir? Rumi laughs. She manages to sound shy and smug at the same time, and Zoe wishes she could throttle her in the middle of the gelato shop. Thank you again, Rumi replies in English. Her hand is back on Zoe's hip, and Zoe bites down on her tongue so hard she winces. He can't even see it over the freaking counter. Thank you, Zoe squeaks out. You're both always welcome here, he says with a big smile. Zoe huffs out a relieved breath. Pero no pensé que alguien como tú supiera español, but I didn't think someone like you would know Spanish. God damn it. Rumi shrugs, lips pressed into a thin, proud smile. Quiero aprender todas las maneras de decirle que la amo. I want to learn all the ways to tell her that I love her. Oh my god. Zoe completely misses her mouth when she shakily brings the small spoon of gelato up to her lips. Rumi wipes the tip of her thumb over the corner of Zoe's stained lip before she can wipe it away herself. Then she licks her thumb and hums in satisfaction. Tastes good, she murmurs. Peach was the right call, baby. You have good taste. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? What are we Oh my god. Oh my god. Rumi? Rumi? Don't fall down. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, Zoe croaks out. Honestly, saying anything else would have made her implode on the spot. Zoe practically gasps out a breath when they finally make it out the door. She, honest to God, can't breathe. What the hell was that? LMAO Flirty Rumi did the same to all of us. Jesus Christ, man. That was brutal. That was wild. That was so much. So much. So fucking much. I'm fine. I'm fine. She, honest to God, can't breathe. What the hell was that? What was that? She blurts out, shocked and kinda... Okay, well, turned on isn't exactly the right word, but it's also the only word that's... Sorry, Rumi says, her smile wobbly and adorable. And Zoe really wishes she could... Was that okay? I should have asked. I panicked when you said, You panicked? Zoe gapes at her. She doesn't care that the gelato is dripping from her hand. You sounded so sexy, good and sexy, pretty. What's the normal response? I didn't say anything bad, if you were curious. Rumi strains out. And, oh, right. Rumi doesn't even know that she knows. I just sold your couple thing a bit more, like you wanted. A bit more? Thank you? Zoe strains. I think. Rumi smiles, just as strained at the corners. All the suave that was oozing from her in the gelato place is gone. Is the gelato... Is it what? Zoe stutters. Gelato, Rumi asks. She blinks, then corrects herself. Good gelato? Yes, good gelato, gelato good, she says, stumbling over her words and bobbing her head up and down. She stuffs the spoon into her mouth as fast as she can before she makes a bigger fool of herself, like asking if they should go home and watch La Rosa de Guadalupe. That wouldn't end well at all. That was really good, Zoe says, when the silence between them stretches too far. They're lucky that no one else is around. Rumi tilts her head. What was? You're acting, Zoe stammers, and she almost smushes the cold gelato into her eye. It was really fun watching you act out like a K-drama script thingy in real time. Super fun. And nearly sent her to the hospital, but tomato. Rumi blinks at her. What acting? Rumi asks. Zoe almost smushes the gelato into her eye. What do you mean? Is that Choi, Zoe? Someone squeals behind her. What acting? Acting is telling the truth. Rumi's like, oh yes, acting, right. Rumi, the woman you are and your duality, LMAO. Oh, I love her so bad. What acting? Oh yes, acting. Is that Choi, Zoe? Someone squeals behind her, and the Choi stiffens her shoulders. She nearly hides the gelato behind her back. Zoe pivots on her heel and waves at the four girls who seem to materialize out of nowhere. Hey, chat, she says, her voice too high. She tries again. Didn't expect fans out here. Are you kidding? One of them squeals. You're so short in real life. Another gushes. Oh, you get peach mango gelato too? Says the third in happy surprise. Zoe tries her best to keep track of all the conversations at once. Dealing with a live chat gives her enough practice to stay on top of it. The fans chatter around her in excitement, oblivious to her slightly strained smile and the drop of her shoulders. They don't notice, because she covers it with jokes, a wide grin, and a promise to stream their favorite game soon. It feels kind of nice to be talking to fans like this, she'll admit. But it does start to become a little much when she notices her gelato beginning to melt. Zoe looks over their shoulders, searching for Rumi. She must be standing awkwardly nearby, not knowing what to do, or she's already stepped away, browsing something through the windows of a nearby shop. Hat pulled down, mask on, jacket shrugged over her frame, unrecognizable and unreal to the eye. Zoe understands the need to hide. She smiles brightly at her fans, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Of course, she understands. It's such a nice thing to be perfect. Not the short comment. Oh, you're so short. Yeah, we will take a 5-minute break because I deserve it. I've been reading forever. And you know what we're going to do during this 5-minute break? I need to redeem myself from folding about Rumi, so I'm going to show you guys my fight scene. me choking my friend. Because I need to redeem myself now. Gush over Rumi. Where are you? Okay, come over here. I'm just gonna pull it up on my YouTube. Oh, here you are. Here you fucking are. Hi, James. It's like towards the middle when it really. Okay, here we are. Here, let's take it from here. Okay. Ayo, yes, Artie. Come over here. And okay. Sorry, we were talking a lot about choking, and I just need to show you guys me choking my. Okay, share this tab instead. Okay, flip camera. So that's my friend. That's my friend James. It's no, 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 no. It's bad. It's bad acting. But at least I'm good. Bam, bam, bam. Chokey time. Choke, choke, choke. Yeah, that's the choke. That's the choking. We're back. Hi. I miss stage combat. Someone please make me do stage combat again. I miss it. Thank you. Thank you. You looked so baby in that video. I mean, that was almost 3 years ago now. Oh, I was baby. I was baby. I was 20. I was 20 in that video. Time passes too quickly. Yup, never seen that one. Okay, so you've seen it now. Maybe I'll tweet it out. Yeah, this tab instead. No one look up that video because the acting in it is bad. It's bad acting. But it's a good meme. You know what? We did it for the meme. We did the merit story scene for the meme. That looks so fun. Hello, it was very fun. Flipping over my friend, the most fun ever. Telling us not to makes us want to do it, Artie. If you want. BRB, I'm looking it up. That video has a lot of views. That video has 3.8 thousand views. I'm like, who is watching this video? It is like a recommended pass. So maybe people were looking it up. I'm like, okay. But yeah, that was a fun one. We were supposed to do a sword adjudication test as well, but our teacher couldn't teach us in time, basically. Like we didn't our classes were not planned out properly, so we couldn't do our sword certification. But I do know how to use a single rapier. So the rest of the chapter is such a stab to the heart. I'm not ready. So I'm glad that we took that break then. Fighting scenes are really fun. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished just yet. Okay. God, I miss theater class. Real. Real. Me too. Like, I go back to visit my studio sometimes and I'm like, I miss it so bad. I miss it. Hitting us with that arty lore. I passed with recommended pass, baby. And you know what? That certification ends this year, and I haven't really used. Oh well, what can you do? Oh Lord, I'm scared. Don't be scared. We'll be okay if we hold hands. Should I get some water? Or just like, I mean, we don't have a lot left. Contractually obligated arty stream appearance. Hi. Hydrate, bestie. Okay, I'll get some water and I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Or go somewhere. I don't know. Hi. Hi, I'm back. Okay, while she's gone, I need your help. She's back, scram. I love the bit. I do love a bit. Okay. Roomy POV. Let's go. Don't understand. Oh my god. We're back to this conversation. We're back to this fucking conversation. Or is this a different conversation? Okay. I don't know what's happening. Don't understand how you think you could do something like that. Are you even listening to me, Rumi? Rumi's eyes snap up in surprise. She tries to smile, her best asset in showing how sorry she is, which has gotten more and more frequent in the last few months, but it comes off a little too wobbly at the corners. Sorry, she says quietly. I'm listening now. Celine glances at her, hands still taut on the steering wheel, then looks back ahead. She sighs, deep and hard, and Rumi tries not to flinch. Some days, Rumi swears she can see more wrinkles and gray hairs haloed on Celine's face than on other days. The sunlight streaming through the windows of the car doesn't help. It cuts through her face like glass, blemishes and wrinkles so present on a face that little Rumi had thought to be perfect for most of her life. Her mama isn't like that. She swears she's never seen a single wrinkle or blemish on her mama's face, no matter how harsh the sun is. Her papa always says it's because her mama is too perfect, like her. You cannot do that again. Do you understand? Celine says. Her voice isn't as harsh as it had been for the last hour in the car. Instead, it verges on exhaustion. When people take you out to do nice things for you, the least you can do is be nice back. Sorry, Celine, Rumi says, just as quietly. She really didn't mean any harm. Quite the opposite, actually. She just wanted to know what it was like being a normal kid. How was she supposed to know that she wasn't supposed to climb the fence? Every kid at her school likes to climb fences, so why couldn't she? Rumi, you need to understand that there are just some things that you're not allowed to do, Celine says, stressed and still in disbelief. And that includes trying to climb the tiger enclosure. Celine laughs incredulously to herself, then shakes her head. At her side, Rumi crosses her arms and pouts. You are an incredibly lucky girl that we were fortunate enough to rent the morning at the zoo, Celine says, her voice teetering back to that sharp way that makes Rumi's hair stand on end. No one was there to take pictures of you trying to pet the tigers. Do you know how awful it would have been for you if people saw it? For your parents? Rumi sinks into the seat in shame. I didn't think it was a big deal, she mutters, almost to herself. Someone at school said they did it. Are you going to jump when they jump off a cliff too? Celine asks sharply. Besides, did you really not think for a moment that they might have been joking? How could you be so naive? Rumi's shoulders tense. Celine notices. She sighs hard, and the gentle sound of the turn signal fills the air between them. It's tense in the car, and Rumi wishes she were anywhere else but here. She wishes she were with her parents right now. They could be playing a card game on the carpet, or making food together, or just spending time together. But Rumi seldom sees her parents anymore. At 8 years old, Rumi has eaten alone at dinner more times than she has eaten with someone at her side. The only accompaniment she's gotten was an open textbook and a pencil. She doesn't really blame them, though. She knows how important her parents' work is. They've sat her down enough times to tell her about how they're working hard to get back on their feet so that they can provide her with new opportunities, so that she can be better than they could ever be, and so that their ceiling could become her floor. We want you to be better than we are, her mama had said, smoothing down her hair during a late night storm. We want you to be happy and to get everything that you could ever want. So Rumi bears through the long stretches of time alone. She clenches her teeth and smiles whenever her parents call her good night, instead of tucking her in because they're halfway across the world. I'm gonna lean back. Lean backy time. The eyes on her are her least favorites. She hates smiling for cameras at red carpet events in a dress that feels too itchy, and she doesn't like the way that some men leer at her when her papa isn't looking. She is The performances are fine. Great, even. Rumi likes singing for people. She likes performing in front of a camera after her parents give her a short script to do just for fun. And she loves the way people clap for her and call her talented and pretty and smart. It makes her being with happy pride every time, and her parents always match it. She just hates that she is so far apart from them now. She wishes they could just stay home as a family. Why can't they just stay home? Why can't she just have fun and be their daughter? Does being their daughter mean she has to become like her mother? Why couldn't she be Rumi? Celine says softly. I know you miss your parents. I do too. Just bear with it a little longer, please. Just a little more. Rumi fidgets in her lap. She doesn't answer, but a question pokes at the back of her mind anyway. Celine? Hmm? Hmm? Do you think my parents like me? Of course they love you, Rumi, Celine tells her. Just like I do. Always. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Not the eye twitch. I get it. You get it. I'm gonna plug my light in because it's getting dark. So, oh, Jesus Christ. She is so young. She's so tiny. Oh my god, come over here. I feel drained. I feel drained from that short thing. Oh my god. No, you come over. Oh my god. Cables. I'm also gonna turn on my lights. Why not? It's getting dark. Okay. Okay. Virtual hugs to anyone who's ever felt that. Yeah. So she is how old right now? She just wants to be a normal kid. Yeah, she's 8. She's 8 and she's already talking about men looking at her like that. Oh my neglected princess. Oh, she matters so much to me. 8 years old. Oh my god. No, Rumi is literally me as a kid, just more rich. Ah. Ah. Group hug, group hug. Just keep going because I want a happier snippet. Okay, I want a happier bit. Hopefully with Zoe's part, Zoe POV. Um, that's really sick. Not in a good way. Honey, we're home. Zoe sings songs as they open the door to the Airbnb. The door slams against the back wall, and she winces at the noise it makes. Rumi just chuckles at her side. Sorry, she says sheepishly. Don't be, Rumi soothes. They obviously need a new paint job anyway. I'm more than happy to help them pay off the. Zoe snickers and hits her in the rib. Rumi closes the door behind them, and Zoe inspects the spot on the wall that she slammed the knob into before bouncing into the small kitchen with 2 pizza boxes they went on a quest for. The pizza was so good that Zoe asked her to go back for another. Mira? Zoe calls out. Are you dead? Did you get kidnapped? Are you asleep? Are you playing Celeste on my Switch again? I told you that you're never going to beat my record no matter how hard you. I'm in here, Mira grumbles. Her voice sounds muffled, but Zoe turns around to come face to face with the bathroom door. She snorts under her breath. What did you eat to get banished in there? Zoe asks incredulously. I'm gonna play that video at the end. What did you eat to get in there? Zoe asks incredulously. The last thing we ate wasn't even that bad. I went out to grab a coffee while you guys were gone. Mira grumbles again. There's a brief stretch of silence that makes Zoe wonder if it's due to pushing activities or and it didn't sit well, I guess. I love that the like fanon is Mira has IBS and we have to accept that. Zoe guffaws, then asks, Want me to pass you some toilet paper under the door? I'm fine, Mira says, her voice slightly high. I'll eat the pizza with you guys when I'm done. When you're done, Rumi teases, already opening the cupboards to find a glass. How long do you think you're going to take? Another hour? Or whatever, Mira grumbles out loud, and Zoe snickers at her reaction. Rumi is clearly trying not to smile too hard. Can you turn on the TV? You know, you don't have to be shy about the sounds of your of your plopping, Zoe lectures. It's not for that, Mira exclaims, and Zoe presses her face against Rumi's shoulder to keep from laughing. God, I just want some background noise while I'm in here. What do you want me to put on? Zoe asks, already making a beeline for the TV. Literally anything. If you have nothing in mind, that means you just want it turned on so your shit. Vampire Diaries, Smallville, I don't fucking know. Just pick the first one you see. Zoe snickers under her breath, but she does what's asked of her. There's only so much teasing she can do about Mira's terrible stomach before Mira picks her up and holds her like a misbehaving cat. And after the long day she just had, she doesn't particularly want something like that. Rumi, meanwhile, is turning on the oven. She has a habit of never using the microwave. Even when it comes to leftovers and slightly cold pizza, Rumi likes to make sure that she does things as perfectly as possible because she has taste. Don't put pizza in the microwave. Put it in a toaster oven or an air fryer. and your life will be changed. Do not have microwave pizza. Don't punish yourself like that. Put it in the air fryer. Put it in the air fryer. But you know what? I respect it. And yeah, OCD Rumi. Well, she is right. She is right. Zoe turns up the volume on Barbie Life in the Dream House. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Taste. She has taste. And slides into the kitchen. She presses herself into Rumi's warm back and snuggles into her shoulder. She feels Rumi tremble with a short laugh. She closes her eyes to enjoy it. What time do you have to leave for your meeting? Zoe mumbles against her back. Rumi hums in thought. Soon, actually. I'll probably eat with you and Mira, then slip out. What time are you coming back? Zoe asks her. No pressure, but Mira and we're going to watch another rom-com, and it'll be nice if you joined. Probably saving face. Wait, is that a rom-com? Rumi huffs. We need to add saving face to our list. Is it already on the list? I don't know. Rumi huffs. The glass that she sets on the counter clinks, and she shuffles to the fridge to get the water pitcher. Zoe shuffles in with her, waddling like a penguin. Rumi never pushes her off. There's a part of her that wants to wrap her legs around Rumi's waist and rest against her like a backpack, but she has enough self-control to stop herself from trying it. Zoe the backpack! Zoe the backpack! Zoe the backpack! Guys, is Reef here? Reef is not here. I think it's on the list. Okay. I trust you. Reef is not here, but Art of Spoiling Girls reference. Zoe the backpack. Okay. If you wanted a rom-com, I would have said something like Miss Granny, Rumi says with a hum. Really? Zoe lifts her head to squint at her. I would have gone with My Sassy Girl. That's pretty good, Rumi admits, but she ducks her head with that light twinge of pink, and Zoe squints at her again in suspicion. Did you see My Sassy Girl with Mira? Zoe asks. Not because she's pouty about it or anything, she's just nosy. Remember number one girl, everyone? Remember number one girl? Insert noises. Insert noises here. Yep. A couple times, Rumi strains, then clears her throat. Who knows what nefarious things she and Mira did during those couple of times. I've been meaning to ask you two to watch Love Reset with me. A friend of mine said it was pretty good. Then we can watch it when you get back from your meeting, Zoe says, pinching her gently by the waist. No, can we go back to the My Sassy Girl thing, actually? Can we actually... So you'll have something to look forward to after your super duper boring meetings with frickin' Mamamoo. It's with their agents, Rumi clarifies. Like that makes it any better. Her eyes soften when she turns around to look at Zoe. And I'll look forward to it. You know I always do when I get to be with you two. Sap, Zoe teases. It comes off softer than she intends. Rumi clears her throat and turns back around. She pours herself some water as she adds, I can't sleep too late though. I have to go somewhere at 6. Ah, the packed New York schedule, of course. Being in a cramped Airbnb where they have to sleep in the same tight bed together for 4 days isn't just for vacation, obviously. Rumi sips at her glass. Zoe hears a small pop, a rattle. Then Rumi tips her head back, just slightly, before she takes another gulp of water. She puts an orange bottle down on the counter, and Zoe's eye catches on it. She usually looks away whenever Rumi takes her meds. It's not because she doesn't like the thought of Rumi taking them or that it makes her uncomfortable. She just figures that Rumi would want privacy. That's how her dad is with his meds anyway. An open secret. They're both allowed to look and exist around it, but talking about it was a big no no. So it's a surprise and a big shame to her when she finds herself blurting out, "Did you know that cats can take fluoxetine too?" Rumi freezes. So does she. Rumi pivots around on her heel to look at her, eyes a little wide with such panic that Zoe starts to panic too. Why is she panicking about that? Was Zoe not supposed to know in general? Was she being too nosy? I mean, dogs can too. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. Zoe babbles, unable to stop herself now that the warm glow of embarrassment is starting to creep up her neck. Actually, I know a lot of dogs who take it. What? Friends' dogs. What? Friends' dogs. Derby's vet wanted to put him on fluoxetine for a while, but we found out he was peeing outside of when. But we found out he was peeing outside of his litter box because he was being a little shit. She chuckles dryly, and not because of the anxiety thing. So just a little fun fact, I guess. Rumi blinks. uh huh. Uh huh. She gives her head a mild shake and she croaks, "Are you okay with that?" Zoe startles at the question. "What?" With Rumi swallows. She picks up the orange bottle and gently shakes it, then puts it back down on the counter. She's not looking at Zoe anymore. That. The lack of eye contact breaks Zoe's heart more than the small way she asks. It's like she's cowed by Zoe's potential reaction, too afraid to face it head on. Zoe wishes she could wrap her in a hug and tell her that it didn't mean a bad thing to her, that it was more than okay. Maybe she could crack a joke about how she knows how to keep on schedule with taking meds because she'd been an ambassador to many Prozac needing felines and canines in high school. But that joke probably wouldn't land as well as she would hope. Why wouldn't I be okay with it, Rumi? Zoe asks softly. I don't, Rumi says weakly. Her fingers curl on the counter, and Zoe wishes she could hold them. I mean, the rational part of me figured you wouldn't care, but the other parts of me are. Rumi makes an irritated noise in the back of her throat, then shrugs. Never meet your heroes, I guess. Zoe frowns. Don't say that. Rumi doesn't respond, and Zoe thinks she made the wrong choice. This is exactly why she's terrible at those "this action will have consequences" kinds of video games. I need to know. I need to know if Zoe killed Kate in Life is Strange. Because, girl, I need some more friends who killed Kate because I feel so bad for killing Kate. I feel like she accidentally did. I feel like she would too. I did too. Yay! I'm not alone. I felt so horrible that I didn't play Life. Like, it took me like 2 years to play Life is Strange because I felt so bad that Kate died that my mood completely sombered and I just didn't play Life is Strange for a long time. I did my first time. Yeah, stop. I did the same thing. What? That's so funny. No, I like it would make me sick. Like whenever I played Life is Strange, I would get like a sick feeling in my stomach because I was like, Jesus, this fucking game. Anyways, Life is Strange. Tangent. I forgot the word for tangent. Anyway, um, the silence stretches between them, thick and heavy. The TV helps, but Zoe doesn't want to rely on it like a crutch. We could talk about it more if you want, Zoe says gently. I'm a really good listener. I mean, I hope so if you need. It's okay, Rumi says quite quickly. She looks away just as quickly, and Zoe frowns. I mean, thank you for offering. It's just that I don't want you to do it because you have to. I'm not, though, Zoe argues, still as gentle. I wouldn't tell you that I'd lend an ear if I don't follow through with it. You're my friend, Rumi. And these kinds of things are, what's the right word to use here? Hard? Difficult? Treacherous? It's not easy, she settles on saying. It's the most obvious thing in the world, but she still wants Rumi to hear it. Rumi presses her lips together. It's not, she agrees. Silence comes between them again, but not uncomfortably so. It feels like the kind of silence where they think. It's Rumi who finishes thinking first. She admits, soft and almost under her breath, like she doesn't want Zoe to even hear. I wish I was braver. Zoe snaps her head up to look at her in surprise. What do you mean? Talking about this, Rumi admits. Talking about to people, about everything else, about how I feel about women, she would have finished. The small part of Zoe wonders if she would have finished it with you. She banishes it as soon as it comes. The fact that you're getting help is already enough, Zoe assures her. Aren't you seeing a therapist too? For your thoughts and stuff? Too, Rumi murmurs. Then see? Zoe says, trying to keep her voice upbeat. What's the problem? Rumi crosses her arms and looks back down at the ground. Because I really want to tell you more, but every time I try to say something, it's just. She sighs and closes her eyes. Zoe can tell how tense she is just from the way she carries herself. Zoe puts her hand on Rumi's cheek and gently guides her to look up at her. The look in her eyes is so beautifully fragile that Zoe feels her heart squeeze into little pieces. You don't owe me anything, she promises. Tell me what you want whenever you want. Rumi's smile comes out sad. She takes Zoe's wrist and brings her palm down to her lips, kisses the inside of her hand, and Zoe melts at the way she keeps eye contact as she does. There's a part of me that'll always blame myself for the things I did and the way I am, Rumi tells her quietly. I'm I'm working on it. I promise I am. I want to tell you more, Zoe, and be the one who. Her voice catches. I'll work on it. I'll fix it, Rumi promises. I want to be worth you. Zoe's heart clenches. You're already worth me, she wants to tell her. But that's not true. Oh, Rumi is not worth being with someone like her at all. And Rumi may think that it's because she's the rough stone next to Zoe, but it's always been the opposite. Zoe has never deserved her, or Mira. She's too plain, too much of a rock between diamonds in the dirt. So much to tell her and talk about, but not right now. She doesn't have it in her to scream it out to the wind just yet. Everything in her body tells her not to. She wants Rumi to do it first. It's so selfish of her to want it. But there's a part of her that begs Rumi to open up, to tell her that it's okay for them to wrench each other open and be okay with what they find, as rotten or rusty or odd as the insides might be. To But then Rumi slides her lips down to her wrists, kisses the inside with her eyes downcast and submissive, and clears her throat. She stands up straight and tells her, You can put the pizza in the oven in a couple minutes. I have to get ready for my meeting. Zoe swallows. Right. Oh my god, my head hurts. Then, as enthusiastically as she can muster, have, have fun. Let me know how it goes. Rumi smiles at her. You know I always do. They'll like you, by the way, Zoe promises. Rumi slows at her comment. She turns her head back to Zoe, midway through rinsing out her glass. There's an odd look in her eye. It's really hard not to like someone as adoringly wonderful as Rumi. Even harder not to love her. This Rumi, the one looking at her now like the stars in her eyes, holds something unsteady and frighteningly bare, but just as beautiful. They'll like me? Rumi echoes. They'll like you, Zoe says, a light giggle on her lips. And then they'll love you, too, just like I do. Zoe isn't the best comforter in the world, but she knows how to hold people well enough. She knows how to give hugs and what words to wrap in her mouth because she wants that kind of warmth in her life, too. Desperately, desperately so. But Rumi flinches away from her like Zoe had struck her, palm to cheek. The wild look in her eyes reminds Zoe so much of a hit dog, confused and fearful, like it hadn't known why it had been punished. Zoe's brow scrunches in concern. Rumi? Rumi looks away and swallows hard enough for her jaw to clench. Her eyes dart around the room to look for an exit, Zoe realizes, and she rushes out. Sorry, thank you. I think I'm running late. Thank you for the day out. Rumi, Zoe says. Something in her voice makes Rumi freeze. When a beaten dog is offered treats, it scarcely takes them. Please talk to me, Zoe pleads. Please talk to me so I can talk to you too. Tell me what hurts, and you know I'd take my soul apart to wrap you in it like a gauze. I'd take my heart clean apart so yours can beat. Give me the weight on your shoulders, and I'll carry it until my knees forget how to walk. Talk to me so I can feel like I deserve to talk to you too. Rumi's breath comes out shaky like a child's. When I. Her voice cracks, and Zoe wishes she could reach out and hold her again. She coughs gently into her fist, then sniffles, and tries her hand at a reassuring smile. I'll be back soon, okay? Have fun. And Zoe stands there, useless and unable to help, while Rumi puts on her shoes and coat and leaves again, without her by her side. She doesn't deserve to go after her. Two sides of the same coin, but Zoe is the rusted one. It's her fault that Rumi doesn't want to tell her anything. Her fault for being the way that she is. We only have one section left. Oh my God. I need them. I need them to fucking talk it out. Oh my God. I'm just like, oh God, girl, please. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. It's okay. We are humbly gathered here to express our group therapy. If you're not in therapy yet, this is your sign. Already missed the flower. What flower? And this is just the start. Oh, corgi! It shook his butt in my face. That's cute. I missed a bit. Are the girls being blind again? Not that. They're just. Rumi's not talking about her issues, and Zoe's not talking about her issues. They're just like, it takes time. It takes time. Oh, the corgi did help. Thank you so much. It shook its butt at me. Just very insecure. GTC wouldn't be any longer than the average picture book if any of the girls knew how to communicate. No, literally, it'll be like, oh, this is Zoe. She has two friends, Mira and Rumi. But are they really friends? Ooh, they get closer, and then they get together, and the end. That would be GTC. That's the fun of it. Yeah. Then they bang. Okay, about the drama though. No, yeah. You gotta throw the bricks. You gotta throw the bricks to like get the satisfaction later. The girls being able to communicate their issues in fanfics? No way. The polytrix smut is gonna be pure filth. Oh my God. Okay, I need to Rumi, why are you literally just me? I'm so sorry. If it makes you feel better, I also I also feel very seen by Rumi. So we're in this together. Can you say the girls don't know how to speak to each other? Well, yes. Well, yes. Okay, let's finish this up. Rumi POV. A month away from turning 9, Rumi wears black to her first funeral. The black of her dress is such a stark contrast to the bright whites of the funeral hall. It almost makes everything in the room feel unreal. It makes the white chrysanthemums and the two framed portraits of her parents smiling at her with those crinkles in the corners of their eyes, like they always do, seem so fake. People keep bowing. Many of them cry, and just as many don't cry at all. Everyone seems to know when to bow, to stand, to step aside. Rumi feels lost. She's lost count of how many times people come up to her. People she recognizes from parties with her family, people she recognizes from TV, and people she doesn't recognize at all to give her their condolences. They bow and murmur, and she sees them leave envelopes with Auntie Poppy. Celine's hand Celine's hand stays on her shoulder the entire time to steer her away. She's never seen her aunts so cold with one another before. They must be so proud of you, a man in black whispers to her. No, they wouldn't be, Rumi wants to tell them. They're in a better place now, another murmurs. Yes, they are, she thinks, because they aren't with me anymore. This wasn't your fault. Papa raced me to the car. I won, and it's my fault because I usually never win. You're doing so good. Am I doing good? Mama, I wish you were here to tell me I'm doing good. Do I still deserve to be your dalemi? It's okay to cry. I don't deserve to. They loved you very, very much. And I threw it back in their faces by screaming that I hated them, that I wished they were dead, that my life would be so much better if they weren't here, right before we left. They worked so hard for you. I know, I know. I'll work just as hard for them. They're probably watching over you now, making sure that you're safe. And why didn't they take me with them? If they loved me, why didn't they take me too? You were everything to them. Rumi remembers sulking in the back seat. She remembers kicking the back of her mama's seat in front of her out of protest for being forced to wake up too early to go to a photo shoot that she didn't want to go to. She remembers how her mama had turned around, not annoyed, but exasperated, and told her that it was for her, so that people could see how beautiful and wonderful she is, and that she could be so much better than they had ever been. They told her that they wanted to help her be better than they were, that they love her, but they want her to stick this out just once for them, please. And Rumi had whined, as all children do, but she should have been better than a child. She wants to be. Her father had turned around to pacify her complaints. Her mother had something on her lips akin to, Baby, I'm sorry, just once, okay? Just this once, and we can get ice cream or gelato or candy or whatever you'd like. A red light, a car, her father's shout, and black. And the way that Celine had looked away from her when Celine told her in the hospital, not looking at her, probably because they both knew that it was her fault. Her fault. Her fault for being the way that she is. Would it be evil of me to say that they shouldn't have turned back to look at her while driving? Would it be evil of me to say that? It's all fluff, he said. Real though, not gonna lie. I get why she blames herself, but also she's a child. Like, if your child is having like that kind of a moment, is like, you don't look around while you are driving. You stop at a red light and then you look. I was about to fully crash out. I love to play devil's advocate. Let's read the notes. Survivor's Guild. Yup. Notes. Dalemi, my little daughter. Chica vaquera, cowgirl. It was a rioting joke. LOL. Mandalone, whipped simp. As if Mira isn't either. Que carajo quieres decir? What the fuck do you mean? Shout out to my Mexican friends for helping out a semi-fluent speaker like me for something gay like this. Yes, Rumi's nervousness is intentional. Also, shout out to my New Yorker beta reader. Hey, Jay! Everyone say thank you, Jay. Everyone say thank you, Jay. Oh, you wait, what? Okay. Yeah, everyone say thank you, Jay. Who made sure I didn't get anything wrong in the Big Apple. Yay, Zorumi Part 2. They're my fab babies of all time, even if they need an industrial blender. You'll get some more of them next chapter, and then we head to Polytrix City, baby! Yeah! Let's go! Finally! There probably won't be a chapter next week, sorry. I'm incredibly sick with the flu, but I hope I'll have chapter 25 up by the week after. It'll be a very fun one too. Very fun indeed. See you then. Also, I do hope Jaime feels better soon because oh my god, everyone's dropping like flies, and I'm like, get well soon, please. Take care of yourself. You know they're in NYC, which isn't too. The Bronx is in the NYC. Actually. Hey, so you know how the last thing her parents did was look at her, but she grew up with Celine not? Should I just leave? Should I just leave, Cactus? Okay, thank you. Everyone and their mother is sick. Okay, so someone fucking dies next chapter. Let's read this snippet. Like 5 people I know are sick right now. It's rough out here. This weather is I'm sick. If you are sick right now, I wish you a speedy recovery. Hope y'all are staying nice and cozy. Snippet. Sorry. Zoe shakes her head at her, wide-eyed and making cutting motions across her neck. Rumi calls out a squeaky, "We're having sex!" Mira goes dead quiet on the other side of the door. Incredible. Thank you. Thank you. This is what I was waiting. They're definitely not having sex, but this is a perfect snippet. Thank you. This is what I want to see. Wait, so the first one was actually Mira. Sorry. Zoe shakes her head at her, wide-eyed and making cutting motions across her neck. Then Rumi's like, we're having sex. And Mira's just like, this is Mira. Sigh. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's do the silly audio. The silly IBS audio. Okay. Somebody come get her. Come over here because this is so good. Somebody come get her. And shout out Cactus, who is here right now, who is mirroring this. Where are you? Okay. Somebody come get. Just the usual. That's so real. So real. Yeah. Yeah. I love the this is so canon, this actually happened. Zoe, in the bathroom. In the bathroom. Maybe in the bathroom. Just let me shit. This is so good. I love it so much. It's so brilliant. IBS ASMR. Um, D using her vocal talents to make memes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's go back and check out the other stuff. Cutesy polytrix at the arcade from last chapter. Oh yeah, I think I've seen this one. Yeah, I saw this one. This is cute. I saw this one. It's really, really cute. Look at them! Look at them! They're so cutie! Whee! 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 Beautiful, Oscar worthy, 10 out of 10. GTC Mirror among hot others by oh tough. Ooh! Ooh! Hello! 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 Ooh! 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 Is that supposed to be okay? Oh god! Hey, look, a puppy! That's funny. That's funny. Oh, oh. Oh, I feel very normal. What? I mean, what are you guys talking about? What? Eyes popping out. Exactly. Meet me on the shitter. Okay, Roomy Blender edit. Well, KJ. Oh, I think I saw this one. Yup, I saw this one, but let's watch it. Yay! 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 So fun. Yay! Thank you. No, not again. No, no, no. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Anyway, uh, hi. So that was it. That was it. And no more Blender. No more Blender until 2 weeks later. Wait, check Cal's account for new Prince art. It's not linked yet. Oh, wait, you're right. I like saw glimpses of those. I saw glimpses of those, but I was like, ooh, scrolling past. Let's see. Sorry, I heard my friend Goro Akechi speaking over there. They're doing Akechi. Okay. My last act before I nap, please have one of my personal favorite chapter 24 scenes. We get a lot of Prince did the fucking choking scene. The fucking Anyway, what were you saying, Bubby Bear? Oh my god, look at that. I was gonna ask if you wanted something to eat. Are you getting hungry, Mimi? And Mira is like, I'm totally not turned on right now. I'm totally normal. Um, yeah. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, that's so gorgeous. Oh my god. If a woman looked at me like that, are you kidding me? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? I would lose my shit. Um, I mean that one is that one is um Oh, wait, I also didn't see this one. Hello. That's so cute. Oh my god. TikTok verification, stupid. Oh my god. This is all purely hypothetical. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. You're never beating the basement allegations. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I didn't see any of these. Oh my god. Oh, so cute. Oh my god. I think is that all or oh, I mean there's also this one. That's also cactus. I I want to know the context to this because how did this come to be specifically? This is so funny. Um yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, let's go back. Somebody come get her. Yeah, I mean that's it. Hi, we're back. Hello. Um hi. So yeah, that's where we're gonna end it because I also need to run to work right now. Check Discord, damn. Oh shit. Is it a document? Is it long? Because I can't be. Okay, 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 okay. There's no brick talk, but this is a brick from the opening scene of the chapter. Lol. One of my favorite symbolic things this chapter is the butterfly toy that Ruby has as a kid. The fact that it's purple when she wanted a blue one, but decided to wait to ask for it later, and the way she's running from her mom, and when her mom picks her up, she drops the toy, but then her mom just picks it back up while holding her. Like the whole entire uh, scene parallels her career in the industry as an idol and the weight of continuing her legacy even if she were to try to run away with me running, she wouldn't be able to escape the expectations and standards placed on her. And it's important that the toy is purple in the scene because everyone in the world thinks it's her favorite color, and it's like a facade she has to keep up because she thinks it might ruin her perfect image. So when she drops the toy as she's being picked up, it's almost like she might have a chance of escaping the reality she's bound to by fate. But then her mom picks up the butterfly toy while holding her, representing how she'll never be able to run out her mom's legacy. And Rumi says, I promise I won't run again. Her mom, so she's basically sealing her fate too. It's also ironic how in chapter 21 we find out that Rumi's favorite toy as a kid was a blue butterfly toy. And in number one girl, Rumi sees a blue butterfly. Rumi sees a blue butterfly. Rumi and Zoe meet as kids, and Zoe makes her feel like she can actually be a kid for the first time without having to think of what expectations her parents or Celine placed on her, even if some expectations were unintentional. She plays and in the puddles with Zoe after letting go of her umbrella. Zoe was probably one of the first people in Ruby's life to allow her to not feel the pressure or need to be perfect, which her parents tell her this chapter too. And this even parallels how Zoe thinks Rumi is the most beautiful in recent chapters when she's perfectly imperfect by just being herself. Also in chapter 20, Zoe caught a purple butterfly as a kid and she marveled and stared at it, and I could go on and on. But the symbolism, representation, and parallels that can be analyzed just from that opening scene really sum up the majority of Rumi's life and the Zoe-Rumi relationship dynamic. Oh, also, Zoe is the one to let us know in chapter 21 that the blue butterfly toy was Rumi's favorite, which could be random and coincidental, but also adds to it, I guess. Oh, and make sure to check Mel's Twitter, Prince Art, and the gelato scene art is being drawn. Let's go. Oh, EA brick about the Menlier part. Menlier? Menlier? Oh, the Menlier. I don't have the original anymore. This is Jaime. This is Jaime in the Discord. I don't have the original anymore, but it was something about how sometimes men would grab her and pull her onto their laps for pictures or hook her too tight or jokingly scolding her not to wear something so provocative around them. Or she hear the snaps of cameras while she's performing, but it aggravates her because as soon as she turns to look, she can't find the eye of the camera anymore and only leering eyes, something, something like that. Jesus. And I was like, "Hey, her parents were dead. Let me reel it in, LOL." A dog is everyone's best friend, sigh. A man's best friend's only sin is that she loves you. That fucking dog meme that was not the meme, but like the dog poem that was going around everywhere. I'm like, hive mind. Everyone in this fandom is in a hive mind. Um, the funny part is that we haven't gotten to the actual love at first sight yet. Okay, so this is what Sam was saying. Um, I probably won't do a therapy chapter because therapy has an unspoken sanctity to it. Uh, scopo Scopophilia is such a big thing with books and movies like this, but I like to give Ramira their own privacy when it comes to growth. You see the effects of their therapy, i.e., chapter 22 onwards, rather than the intimate pains of it. There might be reason I want them to show us what they learn rather than watch stuff there, which I think that uh, crash, uh, crash texts. The hint at Rumi's OC starting even during happy childhood time had me like, but then she got dirty in the puddles with Zoe, and Aether says, um, meanwhile, oh, that is responding to something else. Jam responds to that saying, and then her compulsives becoming stomping in the puddles whenever she sees them with Zoe in the future. Mwah! Okay. I intentionally wrote Mira in this chapter to be like that annoying wingman best friend for Zorumi, and I'm glad people like it because she was such a little shit in this chapter that I couldn't stop cackling with her. I loved Mira being a little shit in this chapter. It was awesome. But yeah, that's what we have for now. Ooh, ooh, yeah. Ruby, not both. Well, we're Rumi and Mira, but most Mira can be a little shit to me anytime. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream there because I do need to get ready for work. Uh, stop sharing. Okay, goodbye, YouTube. I'm gonna leave, and we should play a Mamamoo song, or we should play a Mamamoo song, or